Start your business day right. Morning Drive with Tim Elliott on Mira Business FM.
It's the Morning Drive. It's on the website, mirabusiness.fm. My name's Tim Elliott. Welcome. It's on YouTube, Twitch, Dailymotion, Rumble, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. The podcasts that we create are available pretty much everywhere you get your podcast from. So we're available to listen or watch again or both. Just search MIRA, Mira Business FM, wherever you do get your downloads. And a subscription is always appreciated as well. Let us know how you feel. Give us a thumbs up or not if you prefer. Contact us, info@mira.fm. That's the email address, or you can WhatsApp without the number, whatsapp.mira.fm. This morning, we kick off talking media. So media here in the UAE, traditional, legacy, online, audio, video, social media, whatever your thing is, it's being discussed this week at the Bridge Summit in Abu Dhabi. Now, it's probably fair to say media is one of the UAE's most dynamic sectors. So what we've got is a whole collection, a caboodle, somebody said to me. I'm not quite sure what that means, but loads of global thinkers, creators, and industry leaders here to see what's happening, to perhaps explore collaborations, and to consider the future of the creative industry. As media folk like to do, they are mingling. So here to talk about the summit, how media is evolving at the heart of the UAE's creative economy, is Rory McLaughlin. He is a filmmaker, he's the creative force behind Like Minds UAE, and he's an executive producer at Film by People. Rory, it's good to have you here.
Good morning.
You're very welcome. I'm hoping that you can kind of help us understand how the UAE's media landscape is sort of shifting, Rory, what it means for brands, what it means for creators, for industries across the Emirates. But I wanted to start really with you, just to set you. Big intro there, filmmaker, creative force, executive producer. Tell us about, describe your work, first of all.
Well, my work as an executive producer is to oversee production, film production, basically.
Yeah.
We focus on storytelling.
Okay.
And we're based in Abu Dhabi, Film by People. So we make content for either events or to promote events or a lot of government work as well. It's all in Abu Dhabi.
And you've been here for what? We were talking off air just there. You've been here 15 years, so you've some experience of, I mean, you've been here for the real growth, the kind of, the cataclysmic growth that we've seen recently. How's the ride been?
Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, specifically from a media perspective, our industry has had a huge change.
Yeah.
We were built on TV commercials from a commercial perspective, right?
Yeah.
And now social media has been around for at least 10 years now, and the industry is still evolving from that TV commercial style of media into social media. Even then, it's still evolving.
It's amazing. I can't believe social media is 10 years old. It feels like it's yesterday to me that it suddenly turned up. It also feels like, I don't know if you feel this, it still sort of feels as though there's a little bit of trepidation from old school legacy media types in some ways, as that's for the kids, stay over there. We're not quite sure how that works. But in a decade, you'd think that we'd have accepted it. Does it feel like that to you?
It depends what we're making.
Really?
Yeah. So say, for instance, are we making something to bring attention to something? Are we trying to create an impression of either an event or of a piece of communication? Or is this something for a CEO and their ego, for instance?
Right. Okay. Yeah, I suppose so. It's funny to me because radio used to be a couple of microphones, very simple mixing desk, which you would usually run yourself. Now, radio morphed into TV about 10 or 12 years ago as well. So you're right, we've seen huge change, I think, or huge development. Maybe that's a better way to describe it. Let's talk about the Bridge Summit a little bit, if we can. You were there yesterday. I know you've been kind of following it closely. There's always this thing that events, there are so many kind of corporate events, and there are some really huge events here. I'm thinking of GITEX, events with real impact as well. This is the first Bridge Summit, and it kind of pulls together lots of disparate kind of media threads. And when you walk in and you think, this is going to be good. And this is how it felt for you yesterday, I guess.
Yeah. Walking in, just feeling like these are my people.
Really?
But then also, living here and working in the industry for 15 years and not recognizing a lot of people there. That was exciting in itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there was an opportunity to talk to people?
Oh, big time. Lots of networking going on, and everyone's there for a purpose, which is to network and find business.
Yeah, okay. So it wasn't like a jolly. This was a serious event. People looking to talk to people.
But a bit of a social jolly, though. It's easy to approach people and just introduce yourself.
Well, I was going to ask you that. You were talking as we were kind of setting up and getting you, sat down and all that sort of stuff about a couple of the people that you met. But it was access that you mentioned. You were just kind of walking up to people and thinking, I know you.
Yeah.
I need to talk to you.
Yeah. I mean, as a producer, you've got to have your idols, people that you look up to. Yeah, sure. And to see Tommy Harper there, Top Gun, Wednesday, Star Trek, executive producer, to be able to wait for him to finish his talk and wait off stage and have a little conversation with him, that kind of access is near impossible. Yeah. So I'm really appreciative that the Bridge Summit has been able to facilitate that.
Yeah, okay. And what did Tommy Harper say to you? What did you ask him? Can you even share that?
Yeah, sure. No, because his forum was on how to create a filmable city, basically. Okay. And there's a lot of talk about that in the Emirates at the moment, not just Abu Dhabi with their rebate, but Dubai has just set up a film committee to develop film in Dubai. And so it's a real hot topic.
I guess it's very easy to think that Dubai, when you look in on Dubai and you see the social media of Dubai and you see the promotion of Dubai, and Dubai has been incredibly successful at branding itself and emerging as a tourist destination, as a very attractive kind of luxury destination. That's a lot of the stuff that we see on social media. But that needs to be thought through, and that's something that you've kind of lived through, Dubai and the UAE, to be fair, because Abu Dhabi is the same, Ras Al Khaimah is the same as well. When it comes to branding itself and being seen in a particular light, we've seen a lot of success in that. Starting, I guess, with Dubai, but it's been a few years now.
Yeah, and I think also with the UAE Media Council, I think that they're starting to pull everybody together. Everyone was kind of operating separately, and now the UAE Media Council is overseeing a bit of that and bringing them together. I mean, we've recently seen the social media permit that we need to get now. Yeah. And I think that's great. It's great to regulate us like that.
Well, it is as well. And, it's the nice thing about that, I think, is it's free for a few years, isn't it? And then even the prices after that are not, extortionate. They seem reasonable. But it seems sensible to me that you bring everybody together. The other thing with that is you hopefully encourage a bit of quality.
Yes. In
terms of presentation as well, which I guess, quality's available in varying degrees with some filmmaking and social media. So the mood was good, and you felt as though you had access to people, you could approach people. Who's there? Who's been speaking? Who did you see yesterday?
I mean,
apart from Tommy Harper.
Idris Elba opened the ceremony.
Oh, of course he did.
That was really interesting. I mean, that was a focus on Africa, and that was really refreshing in that you can go to a lot of these events here and it can be quite country specific or Emirate specific. Yeah. But this was it felt like create the UAE as a hub for the region and to include Africa in that.
What was Idris like?
Very humble. Yeah, very humble, very, very easy going guy, but also very experienced and passionate about filmmaking and storytelling.
He's a really interesting guy, actually, because he comes from, humble beginnings. I mean, the story is kind of well known. People in the UK at the moment, he lives in West London, he lives in a place called Barnes, and they're upset with his Halloween decorations, apparently. That's all you see. But you forget the effect that he's had, the things that he's been in, the things that he's done. And he's done a whole range of comedy to, do I need to mention The Wire, his performance in The Wire? I probably don't, but he kind of pops up with serious stars. His career is stellar.
Yeah. What was interesting yesterday is that, someone of his caliber is always approached for philanthropic kind of ideas, or how can he help the community, and had all of these different things going on. He's put that all under one umbrella. I can't remember the name of it, but it showed that he has a serious commitment to that.
Yeah, that's kind of how he comes across. He also would have been a great James Bond. I have to
Yeah,
say
I
as
agree.
well. I don't think there's any argument about that. What kinds of themes do you think are emerging from the summit, or what kinds of themes that may emerge from the summit do you think might have some impact on this sector? Is there anything that stands out from the
Yeah,
summit?
I mean, like I mentioned, I think it's about placing Abu Dhabi and the UAE as a hub for the region, for media. It really felt like Abu Dhabi's flexing its muscle a bit in the
Really?
region. Yeah, that was quite cool to see.
Okay.
There was a lot of emphasis on good storytelling,
Yeah.
not just from filmmaking perspective, but media in general.
Okay.
AI was a really hot topic, and finally there was influential people talking about AI, not just as an opportunity, but also in terms of the misinformation and the threat on good quality storytelling as well.
Okay. How do you view AI in your trade?
I think there's a misconception in that a lot of people think AI is going to is solely about, for instance, image creation or writing script prompts and things like
Yeah.
that. That's a small part of AI.
Mm.
In our business, we use it all the time. But I also think we're a bit confused between AI and new technology now. You know, like if a new addition happens on a platform, we're like, oh, that's AI. Well, it's just evolving technology as well.
Yeah, I suppose so. That's an interesting way to look at it. But it's something that I always think we're also worried about it. I have a friend who is really doom and gloom, and he's always, Tim, it's going to be the end of the world. It's awful. It's going to take all of our jobs. And I just think, well, it will take some. But, we had the Luddites who destroyed all the machines because they were worried about that. And, life went on and it changed and it moved forwards. But I just wonder about it. I think it's something we have to harness. We have to understand that we need to harness. And you have to kind of this word, it's the word you hear all the time, but you have to engage with it.
Yeah, I think that AI itself, right now, the image that it has
Yes.
is its own worst enemy.
Yeah, quite right.
And in the advertising world, each year there's a different fad. We had 3D, we had the metaverse, and so on. So the advertising and commercial world looks at AI almost like a bit of a fad. Like we think this kind of style is going to disappear in the next year or so. And there is a push back to original, authentic, organic storytelling. And there were some really interesting topics yesterday on that, forums talking about that.
Do you find that people respond when you produce something and you think, no, I know this is a really good story and that was a really great twist in the tale? Or do you think that we respond, we engage with that much better? Do you think that hits us in a different way?
Now or
and just as people in general,
Yeah.
I feel as though a really great story, when you get really drawn in, that's kind of unbeatable.
Yeah. I think for a long time in the media industry, we focused on the look. I mean, look at the Avengers films, and it was all about the 3D graphics and all this stuff. But actually, it comes down to a good story. People will engage in that.
Yeah. I'm so glad you said that. From your vantage point as a filmmaker, how would you describe the UAE's kind of media ecosystem, the momentum in the ecosystem? It seems to me that things are really started to heat up. If you think very recently, in the last kind of week, just over the last week, The Multiplier Effect was released, the film that EDB, Emirates Development Bank, sponsored. And it's a really good example, I think, of how corporates can kind of creatively highlight what they're doing, the way the country is moving. Because that's kind of focusing on how financial support creates job growth and innovation. What would your comment be on that kind of development? Because that seems to be something that's gathering momentum to me.
It's interesting, but I am a little bit skeptical, mainly because I've been in that world for a long time, and businesses will always have an agenda and what they want to say and put their hands in it. And I feel like in order to create trust and authenticity in these stories, there's got to be some independence.
Okay. How do you ensure that you do that? Because it seems to me that the multiplier effect, as the example, whether you like it or don't, I'm not talking about what you see, but the idea of that, I think it seems to have been harnessed in quite a clever way, in a creative way.
Mm-hmm. I'm always interested in that. When we get commissioned to make films, for instance, we're commissioned because we're experts in what we do.
Yeah.
So we need to be trusted in our art form as well. So I feel like when we're making, for instance, a story about this, that a client, for instance, they can focus on doing their business, but let us work in our zone.
It's the eternal media battle, though,
Yeah.
isn't it? That, you've got to trust me to do this, and I will do this from an independent point of view.
Not just an independent point of view, but we know what we're talking about.
Yeah. No, I've got you. How would you characterize support for media? In your case, I guess, filmmaking here in the Emirates. I mean, there's no doubt we've got the skills here. We've got the gear here now. It's funny, Shane Martin, who did the Multiplier Effect, was in last week before, talking about when he was first here in the 80s and the 90s. They would bring sandbags full of sand to hold the tripods up for the lights, etc., which is amused me greatly. But the fact is, everything is here now. But is the necessary permits are available? Is the funding available in this region to make, to tell real stories?
I think the funding is a hot topic. It's not there. The funding is available for some specific groups. I feel that just like business, it's got to be competitive, and it should be open for everybody to have access to that. I feel like, say for instance, Abu Dhabi's got the rebates, and some of the best rebates in the world you can access there. That obviously attracts huge productions and can create opportunities for media or filmmakers. Opportunities for storytelling here in Dubai. I think that, like I said recently, the committee that's set up for filmmaking here, I think it's going to create a lot of opportunities for us.
Okay. What is it about the UAE that makes it such a kind of fertile environment? I mean, you pointed to it a little bit earlier, but when it comes to content creation, forget the sun and all the weather and the nice luxury environments. There's a lot more behind the scenes than that. But what makes it so fertile when it comes to making quality content and telling real stories?
I think it actually comes down to why we are here as the expats.
Okay.
I think we're here as expats because we want to make something. We want to do something with our lives. That's why we've left our homelands and we've moved here, for instance. Right? And so we have this motivation to actually do something, and then we've got a story to tell. It's not that we've just, for instance, in our own home countries where we've, grown up in a small town and stayed in that small town. No, we've left that, and then we're hungry to do something with our lives.
So it's kind of a bigger picture kind of mentality.
Yeah.
Okay. What would you like to tell? What story? Is there anything in your mind? I'm completely off topic here. This has nothing to do with any of the notes I've made. But is there something that you, are mulling over or thinking about? Is there a story that you'd like to tell here?
There is a little story that I've got that I'm developing at the moment.
Okay.
So I'm sure we'll talk about it at some point, but Like Minds is a community that I run for filmmakers.
I was going to ask you. I mean, you're wearing the hoodie, so I can't avoid it.
I
But
will get there. Yeah. So Like Minds is a community of filmmakers and creatives, and we meet up once a month. And some of the creatives there, I would like to collaborate with them to create a story.
Okay.
I'm looking at the different kind of trends that are happening in the Arab and the fashion world happening at the moment. And this idea of the retro clothing or CDs, tapes, cassettes, all of that is very and there's a trend right now. Yeah. So there's a film concept that I'm developing at the moment about that story, basically of the development of that between a child whose father is quite strict and conservative, but then wants to live in this other world.
Okay. And is it likely to see the light of day soon? Have you got to a point? Oh, okay. If you told me, you'd have to kill me, that kind of thing. Yeah, I know. I'm with you. Before we get on to Like Minds, and I want to talk to you about Like Minds because I was looking through your Instagram last night, and there's a huge amount more than I realised going on just with that side of your life, I guess. When it comes to brands, I know obviously you work with lots of different brands or have brands, and you have worked with lots of different brands over the years. But are you seeing, the big brands in this region rethink storytelling strategies now as opposed to just a few years ago with this explosion of, media?
Yeah, big time. And I think that's the that's the communication that's been told by either the PR or their agencies, which is great information to get. Previously, it was, say, for instance, a TV commercial, and it would be thrown in your face, forced to watch. And, the media makers of the time would not think that people would just, leave that or swipe across it. They think that they're going to watch that whole piece, that whole 30 seconds. Now, we need to fight for that attention.
Yeah.
And so a good story, intriguing, that's going to grab the attention and keep their attention the whole way through. I think a great example of that is a recent Uber campaign.
Okay, I haven't seen it. What?
So it's quite interesting. When you order your Uber, for instance, right, you've got that period of time between ordering it and it arriving.
Wondering if it's going to turn up.
Yeah. So the story happens in between that time period.
Very clever. Okay. Does that add extra pressure to you as a filmmaker, or is that a really welcome challenge, or is it both?
Both, yeah. Welcome challenge. I mean, as filmmakers, we've been trying to say that storytelling is the way forward forever. But often a brand can get involved and the focus is more on the brand rather than the actual engaging story itself.
Okay. Because the only way I can equate that is to every day we'll do however many interviews we do, 4, 5, 6 interviews, whatever it is. And there's always this kind of pressure to look for an angle or to maybe ask the perfect question, which has yet to happen, I have to be honest. But there's always that. But it's kind of, oh, God, but then, oh, it's a challenge. And it's that kind of feeling that you get. I don't know if I'm equating it very well.
Yeah, but it's a great challenge. I love that kind of a challenge.
I can see in your eyes, the eyes kind of lit up there. How's the term influencer received these days? That was a question I wanted to ask.
I think it's evolved. I think for a long time, we had this idea in the media industry that influencers had this kind of prima donna kind of a look and style and feel to them. Now I think that influencers take their roles a lot more seriously and professionally, and they realize that it's a business, and in order to get booked, they've got to act professionally as well.
I like that because I have a friend who has done really well in that space, and I always said, "Oh, you're just a social media influencer," and she would always say, "No, I'm a content creator." And but her attitude is very much that: take it very seriously, to shoot, with a professional team, etc. Just let me get back to the summit very quickly. Then I want to ask you about Like Minds. Presence of international delegates. You've mentioned Tommy Harbour, who you ran into. Idris Elba was there. So lots of people coming in with, vast experience. Global media players at the summit. What does the presence of people like that mean when it comes to influencing, the kinds of conversations that we have here in the UAE media? Do you think?
What's interesting is that the Bridge Summit isn't just a filmmaking summit. It's not just a storytelling summit. There's tech, there's finance associated with media. Yep. It's the entire ecosystem, all of the different silos coming together. There's diplomacy involved as well. So, yesterday I saw the guy Mackie from, I think it was Senegal. And so you've got world leaders there as well.
It's a huge number of people there as well. How many? What was the figure? I think you said it earlier on.
Yeah, they announced 55,000 have signed up for the event.
It's just unreal.
Yeah. Yesterday they counted 15,000 footfall through the door. Yeah.
Let me talk to you about Like Minds, the UAE's creative community. So, where did the idea come from for Like Minds?
So before I was an executive producer, I was a director, and I wanted to find ways where I could connect with producers or creative directors from agencies. And rather than them just calling them up or sending them a text message saying, "Hey, what have you been up to?" I thought, well, I could invite them out into a social setting. Yeah. And so it started like that with 5 people sitting around a table, and then the next month 10, and then we thought, well, we should actually put a name to this, and Like Minds came about, and now we've been.
It's not 5 or 10 people around the table now.
We're at least 100, 120 people a month at the moment.
Because it looks to me like, and I mean this with the greatest respect, it looks like a bit of a party to me now. There's a lot of people there. Yeah. There are a lot of conversations going on. Yeah. But it seems like a really, You know that kind of I'm going to a networking event kind of thing. And I guess this is that, but it's not a networking event at all. It's not kind of, have you got your business card kind of thing. This is where I'm guessing people are having some kind of real, what's the term? Real world conversations.
Yeah.
It looks like that to me from your social media. If it's not that, you presented it really well, so there's a job done.
It is a social event.
Yeah.
And newcomers who come along, I always try to say to them that even though this is your first time, it was someone else's first time. So go and introduce yourself, and they will be open to meeting you. And because it's in a more of a social setting, you don't have that kind of dry pressure to, hi, this is my business card, you know. It's more like, I try to give them some tips, like, don't just go in cold to introduce yourself. Ask them, what have they been working on recently? Or what's a project that they're most proud of? Like, go in with a really interesting icebreaker.
It's a really difficult thing to do, I think, networking. Because when it's that dry situation, I'm terrible. I'm just kind of, and then I get nervous and I talk too much and I talk complete nonsense.
Well, the other side to that is something that I'm really trying to introduce to the Like Minds community is that we, as those who the OGs, I guess you say, who've been there for a while, it's also our responsibility to introduce others. And to create business opportunities there as well. So through our knowledge of connecting people, we put people together as well.
It's kind of a pay it forward, sharing sort of thing.
It is.
Yeah, okay. One of the things about the UAE, and you've heard this a million times, I'm sure, we've got 180 nationalities, 200 nationalities, I don't know how many nationalities we've got in the country. How crucial is it to be, here's the word, this is the word of the interview, authentic, in terms of, to be culturally authentic, to be genuine to who you are, where you're from. When you're presenting media, because the audience base is huge, it's diverse. You've really got to get that right. Is that something that you think about?
A lot.
Yeah, I bet.
A lot.
Yeah.
I think a lot about the, Dubai culture and what does that mean to me?
Yeah.
As someone who's been here for a long time, originally a New Zealander, but I don't lead with that I'm a New Zealander. I'm an expat or I'm a resident living here in the UAE.
Yeah.
That's what I like to lead with. And I see developing subcultures that are going on here. You've got ethnic cultures and then you've got different music cultures or fashion cultures. And so to appeal to all of those can be quite interesting, but also if you nail it and you get that bit of media or communication down, and then that's effective. And from an advertising perspective, that's what people are looking for, more niche, effective advertising.
Yeah, I bet. I mean, I can't think of anybody really nailing it. Is there something that
that's why micro-influencers are such a hot topic now. It's no longer these massive influencers that appeal to everybody. People want to appeal to a specific niche to do with the product.
Let me ask you a little bit about the business. We are a business FM station. I should talk about business rather than social media and influencing and movies and whatever. But where do you think the business opportunities are emerging in the media sector in the UAE at the moment? What do you see?
We just kind of touched on it a little bit in terms of authentic storytelling.
Yes.
And I'm seeing the different Emirates here realizing that they are working on their own brands, the images of each emirate.
Yeah.
If I can talk about Abu Dhabi specifically, the work that's coming out of Abu Dhabi is so unique in its look and feel and focus on good storytelling. And I think that that's been a directive from quite high up, and it's refreshing. It's great to we should be elevating the level of the look and feel of the media that's coming out of the region.
How would you describe that look and feel?
So in Abu Dhabi, it's refined with an element of nostalgia. I think nostalgia plays a huge part. There is less of this appeal previously, which I would call conservative, right? And which would just be kind of like black and white, everyone's smiley and everyone's happy. Now there's a lot more character. There's a lot more color. There's a lot more, when I say color, more... it's not just your black and white. There is elements of jewelry or, for instance, if we're working with Emiratis, different coloured abayas, for instance.
Right.
And so that's coming through. The look in terms of from a technical perspective, we call it a low contrast filter. And that creates halation in the highlights. I know that sounds a bit technical, but
I know
that's
what you mean.
a very specific look and feel that's coming out of Abu Dhabi, and that's quite exciting.
Well, see, that's interesting because that I think is kind of hard to do. I think of, well, let's take Top Gun, Tommy Harper, for example. The look of Top Gun, I know it's an 80s movie, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not really a fan of the movie, but put that to one side. The look of Top Gun stands out today as much as it did then. It looks very different, I think.
Yeah.
It has a real look and a feel. I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
Yeah, it's cinematic, right? It's been made by.
It has a look of speed.
Yeah.
It has a like a real kind of forward momentum to it, which I think almost tells the story.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it helps the story for sure.
Yeah, and that's part of the school of good filmmaking. You know, is we talk about this term, camera language. You know, what does the movement of the camera or the style or the framing? What does that part? How does that play a part in the storytelling itself?
Yeah. It's so interesting that because these are the things that you don't really think about, but they're there, and it's very hard to sort of verbalize. It's very hard to get across what you see. I don't know what was the other movie that always comes to mind. E.T. comes to mind because of the way it was filmed down low, almost from a child's perspective for much of the film, almost all of the film. That's fascinating.
I mean, Steven Spielberg is an expert storyteller. The thought that goes into that. I mean, Jaws is one of the best films ever made, and it's not just a thriller about a shark trying to attack humans.
No,
but the way that he tells the stories and the framing and the camera movement. Even someone say like Steven Soderbergh, the camera doesn't move unless it has to.
Okay.
And if there's movement in the camera, that's part of the story.
I love Ocean's 11 for as much as it's a caper movie, but I love the fact that it was so gold.
Mm-hmm.
And that I don't know. I thought that added so much to the story. We're right off topic now. I've got one more question for you. I'm sorry, I could talk for hours. What final kind of thoughts from you as somebody with a whole wealth of experience here? What kinds of advice would you have for creators, or maybe companies as well? What would you like to see to cut through the noise? Because the media landscape is widening and widening. It's the ever-widening gyre, I think, here. How do you think people can kind of cut through and make an impact?
It's interesting. I see a lot of storytelling in terms of people's stories going on at the moment from brands, which is nice and it's authentic.
Yep.
I'm worried that those individual stories are going to flood the market because that will then become a trend. So how do then those authentic stories stand out and be different?
Yeah.
I mean, we talked a little bit about the look and feel. If you can create a cinematic film look, then automatically a consumer associates that with a more refined brand, for instance, right? So I think that the more cinematic filmmaking is going to be more prevalent. And I think brand origin stories are going to be becoming more of a trend as well.
Okay.
And actually investing into that, not just, a series of slideshows of old photos, but actually a brand recognizing in the next 10 years, we need to be able to tell our authentic story, so let's capture the story now.
I like it. Okay, no, I'm with you. Rory, I'm going to get chastised for running 7 minutes over time, but, sometimes you've got to beg for forgiveness, not ask for permission, I think. Rory McLaughlin is a filmmaker. He's the creative force behind Like Minds UAE, a gathering of creative types. He's an executive producer at Film by People and an attendee at the Bridge Summit in Abu Dhabi. This week, it's been great having you here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
as well, LinkedIn, all the usual areas. Just look for Mira, M-I-R-A, Business FM to get in touch. info@mira.fm and whatsapp.mira.fm means you don't need to remember a phone number. That's the way to get in touch if you want to. Kelly Lundberg is here. She's a personal branding expert. She's a TEDx speaker. I'm learning. Personal branding is a trust accelerator, is a phrase you just mentioned off air there, Kelly. And I wonder if you can expand upon that, because I love that phrase.
Yeah, I think that when it comes to building trust and why would someone buy from you, or why do you want to promote someone, is because you trust them, and that your personal brand and how you come across consistently delivers on that. When I say delivers, it builds I say security, but it builds confidence that you can deliver on what you're doing. It always shows up on time, or they always send an email afterwards, or there's always, there's that. Then there was the piece, I've played it a few times actually on TV, In Pursuit of Happiness. There's a movie with Will Smith, and he gets put in jail for 24 hours because he's not paid parking fines, and he basically runs to the interview with the company that he's been interning at. But he's dressed like, he's been painting. And, he said all the right questions and answered all the right things. But then he said, listen, you're dressed like a painter. And he was like, that's because I was painting. And the guy next to him basically says, has he ever turned up like this before? No. Every single time I've seen him, he looks sharp suit, looks the part, because the trust has been built visually. That's one of your personal brand pillars, is how you wear it. So there's trust in that meant there's one day he didn't do it. The credibility is still there, though.
Okay. You mentioned something there, brand pillars, one of your brand pillars. And I'm wondering about the actual visual image that you present as part of personal branding. Because this is something I'm pretty bad at. I'm not a suit guy. Never have been, probably never will be. I'm not much of a tie wearer. So if I'm wearing a suit, the usual comment is, are you in court? The standard phrase, that's what people will say.
Or you get married.
Yeah, getting married or in court. One of those two, going to a funeral if it's a black tie. So how important is that? I mean, that's one of the pillars, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And I think that's what brought me into this industry, is actually seeing how people present themselves. So I was in styling for 15 years, and that's when I really understood that brand, a huge part of what you wear, is a trust accelerator in what you wear, first impressions. However, it's not the only part, because what happens is you can look the part. So this is what was happening. I could take you out shopping and you would look the part. And that doesn't mean you need to wear a suit, by the way. It could just be this is part of your brand and what you do. And then you would go to a meeting and then you would go, hi, nice to meet you. And all of a sudden, the trust acceleration is going backwards.
The limp handshake.
Oh my goodness, wet fish. Ugh.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would get your back up. But it's a really important thing. I mean, if you, for cultural reasons, don't shake hands, fine. But if you do, it's got to be firm.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I was speaking at a school, and I was so impressed that every single teenager who came up and asked me a question shook my hand. I was like, wow. So they came up and it was, hi, Miss Kelly, nice to meet you. And then they would ask me a question. And I was like, wow. And I said to the careers advisor at the end, I said, is this something that you teach? Because I said, it's so impressive. Because I said, I've just come from a meeting and the woman gave me a wet fish handshake. And I said, and all your teenagers have just delivered a really good, credible first impression.
And was it something they've been taught? Or is it just...
Yeah, and she said, no, it's just something that they do. And so I don't know if that's then
Wow.
kind of a message that the school does. I don't know, because she said, no, I've never seen handshaking classes, put it that way. So she said, it's not something that we tell them, but I was so impressed by it.
I'd be good in that class. I was not good
Would
at school,
that be
but
an A star?
Oh, I'd rock that class. Yeah, they give me a degree for that, a first. But that's really interesting. I know you do quite a lot of work with teenagers now as well, and I guess personally, if you can sort out the idea of who you want to be as a teenager, knowing which direction you want to go, what image you want to project, if you can work on a personal brand from a younger age, that's got to be a good thing.
Absolutely, because I think that there's so much competition now, and if your grades are the same as, the 10,000 other applicants that are applying for a scholarship, how do you stand out? So that goes back to not a personal brand. How are you more memorable? And what do you do that's different that other people aren't doing?
Because everybody has the potential that can have a personal brand and a platform now.
Yes.
Because everybody has a phone and a social media account of whatever description. So it is really, I kind of feel for teenagers now, because it is very hard to stand out. And you may be great at stuff, but not great at communicating that you're great at whatever it is.
Yeah, and how can you stand out? So I think a lot of the things that like I talk about in branding, it's not rocket science, but what people don't do is they just don't do the small things consistently. And that goes back to building the trust, and the communication consistently, that you're always top of mind when someone goes, I need some help with this, you must speak to Kelly. Or you need this, you must speak to so-and-so.
What are the small things? What do you mean when you say that people don't do consistently? If for somebody listening now thinking, well, give me an example of
So I would
something I should
say,
do.
okay, so I think there's digitally showing up
Yeah.
online, so
Yeah.
creating content that's of value and then sharing it consistently. So what people get is very excited about, their brand and their start, and then they'll go and they'll do a flurry of posts, and then you don't hear from them.
Okay.
So that's one example.
So consistency.
In that. But I think other ways is also, what's your follow-up, with your team, or do you, how do you consistently bring people together? Do you write thank you notes? Do you, what's the small thing that you always remember someone's name, or you're known that you always send a birthday reminder to the whole team so everyone knows that you celebrate cake and you have birthday reminders. I don't know, something that makes you you. And people go, wow, that's the small things. I just did a TEDx talk on Saturday there, and the whole feeling was, legacy, and people get so caught up in what are we leaving behind? What are you leaving behind for the next generation? But it's not that. It's what are you doing today? What impact are you having? How did I make you feel? How do I make the listeners feel to go and be and do something today? That's brand. That's happening now. And I think that's your legacy, and that's the small things that people need to do consistently.
There's a line that is coming across as being, I don't know if being kind is the right. Being kind is probably the right word, actually. Being decent
Human.
to people.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but human can be, not so great as well.
Yes,
I
yeah, no, you're
suppose.
right. Right.
But being decent to people, doing, I think what most people would term, the inverted commas thing of the right thing.
Absolutely. But I think we've lost a lot of that.
Mm.
We've lost the ability to be able to look in people's eyes and have conversations. We've lost the ability to be able to go and shake hands because we're too scared, because we've spent the whole time on our phones. And, I think there's the small pieces. We've forgotten how to dress, in terms of going to a meeting. And one of the things that I've been working with teens is that they go and do an internship, but then they don't ask questions, or they don't dress. They look like they've just rolled out of bed, or they think it's appropriate to sit on a phone in a meeting. These are things that you think, but this is common sense, and it's not for everyone.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, we are kind of isolated now, aren't we? We're kind of. I think the world is kind of very divided. You're in one camp or the other. It's kind of expected that you take sides all the time.
Yeah.
And I often sort of think, well, I know what you mean, but I also know what you mean. And it's like, well, get off the fence. And I kind of think it's a comfortable place because I don't think you're right or you're right, but you're expected to be that way. And that's kind of isolationist in its way.
Yeah.
No?
But I think I liked how you said the fence piece there, and it's okay to have opinions. And that's, I think...
It's fine, but it's also okay to understand that balance is important. It used to be in journalism that you would check every source, and you'd have two sources, and then your story would be there. It's now not that. It's now whoever's first.
Oh.
And it doesn't matter if it's true. And that seems to have been lost, I think.
Yeah.
And actually, that's kind of a good point, because a lot of what you're putting across is based on trust, and trust is based on truth. The true, your true self, your authentic self. We're back to that phrase again. But, I mean, simply put, that's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, and doing it consistently.
Right.
I think that's the big piece, because I think everyone can do the big wow. once.
Yeah,
And then where are you a few days later? Where are you 3 months later? And I think that's the bit that then people remember.
Let's sort of move this on a little bit. We've covered some of the digital stuff, I suppose. Personal branding clearly isn't a new thing. It's there is a wave of personal branding brought on, I guess. So in a sense, maybe it is kind of generational, but it's just in that it's a newer way forward. But we're in a new area of human branding. You would suggest, I think, we're in the AI era, really kind of unexplored territory for most of us, because we don't know what's going to happen. Is it going to be evil, malevolent? Is it going to be great? Is it going to help us? Are we going to lose jobs? We're kind of learning at the moment. But the thing that AI can't do is it can't be authentically human, at least not yet.
Yeah.
You would argue, I think, that being human is a real advantage, a proper business advantage.
Yeah, and I would say that's your brand. I saw this somewhere written. Your brand, your personal brand, is your unfair advantage. Use it to your potential in that way. And how do you do that in the environment now? I think it comes down to one thing: your ability to be able to tell stories, and only you have your stories. So whilst AI can polish them up and make them sound a little better or take a few typos out of it, ultimately it's coming from your experience. AI couldn't have written how I felt at the weekend doing my TEDx talk. But I can tell you the story of what it was like and the feeling and how to bring it together. And that's when people will engage. And I think that's when big brands are doing marketing really well, is they are finding other people to tell their stories as well, and doing collaborations, not in the traditional sense, but finding people who are just interesting.
I often look at adverts that use celebrities.
Yeah.
And I think I'm a bit contrary about this, if I'm honest with you. I don't know. The first thing that comes to mind is Brad Pitt and coffee machines. And I sort of think, I like Brad Pitt, good guy. George Clooney does an espresso as well, I think, for Japan. I like George Clooney, but I'm not going to buy those brands. And I wonder if that's me being contrary. Because I kind of think, and this goes back to them being authentic, perhaps, I sort of think they've got enough money.
Yeah.
They don't. I don't know. I'm not going to give them any. Is that? Am I being overly cynical there?
I don't know if I think about it in the same way, but maybe I don't. So I don't. I'm the other side. I'll be like, yeah, I buy into it, or it's the visibility, or how are they telling that story. So I think the person is slightly irrelevant. It's just, did it make me laugh? Or
Well, the George Clooney thing is very much, there was an ad with he was on a scooter and he lost, he was drove in a nice car, left on a scooter, and there was some sort of narrative, some sort of storytelling. So it's a little bit different. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, there's something that irks me. And I wonder if that's because I'm grumpy. I'm really not sure. But
are you their target audience?
I'm a coffee fanatic.
Yes,
so
okay,
yeah,
so yeah, you are.
So, yeah, so I wonder about that. But I'd be beans, not pods. So that's a very different argument. But I think what I'm trying to get to is when it comes to personal branding, I find it quite hard to be a person that is seen as a brand. I kind of think, no, that's for other people. And I still think that now, even having talked to you for 45 minutes, it's kind of a hard thing to accept that you see me in this way, because I'm not sure that I worry about it enough. Does that make any sense?
And I think that goes back to the goals of, what's the purpose? And I think being proactive rather than reactive. So if you're not really driving anything in the sense of, I don't need to get promotion, I don't need to get clients through my door and for them to pay to work with me, then it can be harder to drive that versus going, hang on a minute, I need to make money this month because I own my own business. How am I going to do that? I need to advertise what it is that I'm doing. How do I advertise that? I need to put myself out there.
Good for you, because that's put me straight. No, I appreciate that. That's good. Let me ask you about something else that you do, because we've got about 7 or 8 minutes. You teach a framework, don't you? And it's actually kind of called a framework to help professionals and entrepreneurs lead with authenticity, confidence, and purpose. And we've kind of got the purpose.
We've touched on a few bits as well.
We've touched on a few bits there, but it's the confidence thing that I'm really interested in here, because I can't work out where you would start to teach or to encourage confidence? Because, you're teaching, I guess in most cases, grown adults, perhaps even quite experienced professionals, to be more confident. And you would think you've got there through, elements of confidence. Because I always think confidence is kind of not learned, it's kind of earned through, the hard knocks, through the experience, through growing in life and that kind of thing, and being exposed to situations. How do you, and I'm not being cynical about this, but where do you start when you point out how you could be more confident? What do you do?
It's a really interesting question. So I didn't really appreciate how much I was helping people with their confidence. Right. And it wasn't until I went to ChatGPT and I put in this prompt and I said, of all the information I've told you about myself, tell me one thing you don't think I know about me. And I was like, ooh, okay. Because you're always typing stuff in, whether it's emails to help me with this document, blah, blah, blah. And it actually came back with, you give people an invisible, what was it? Something along the lines of a permission slip. It's confidence that actually you think you're doing personal branding, but what you're instilling is this confidence. And it's really, and the fact that you've brought that up today is, well, how do I do that? So I've thought about that. Confidence comes through action. So it comes through doing. So what I do is I hold people accountable and go, you said that you would commit to this. And then when they see the feedback from a post they put out on LinkedIn or from a strategy that we're doing for visibility within the organization, and they've got, 5 meetings and that's resulted into X, Y, and Z. And they're like, wow. And that's the confidence piece. And then every time when we check in, it's like, so what are the things that you've done? Well, that happened, and that happened. Wow. Oh, and I got asked to speak in this meeting. Wow, because you did this. All those steps instill confidence. So it's coming through having done repeatedly.
See, that's so interesting because I take myself as the example here. I haven't really got anything else to fall back on. But when I was a kid, I was quite a quiet kid, I think. I don't think I was necessarily a shy kid. I mean, all kids are to an extent, and then they come out of themselves. But I was the kid that would sit and listen, and then I'd be like, well, why is that? Put your hand up and ask why, because I didn't get it. But I always did that. But I think a lot of people mistake quietness, thoughtfulness for shyness.
Correct.
Don't they?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I in an organisation years and years ago, we'd be like, you need to speak out more in meetings. Most of the meetings went on far too long. I was bored. I wanted to get out of them because I had work to do, and I just wasn't interested. Oh, you need to speak more. But the reason I needed to speak up more was the perception that I needed to grow in the organisation. And I was like, no, I need to get the work done. I'm not interested in all of this. So I think, how do you overcome that? If you're a naturally kind of, not reserved person necessarily, but you are thoughtful and you're taking things in, you're good at your job, but how do you get over that perception that, quiet bloke sits in the corner, that?
And I think that there's different ways that you'd have to look at doing that. Is that something that you could look at putting yourself forward for initiatives within the organisation that might not mean you have to go and public speak, but it could be, you know what, I'm going to take responsibility for the Christmas party or the this, whatever it is, or the charity experience that we're going to do. I'm going to take that. So it doesn't mean that you have to go and get public speaking lessons, but there's visibility through doing something that's not just what you sitting in the corner.
Final question, 2 minutes left. Personal branding is important, you would argue, and I'm kind of with you on that. I think
If I converted you.
I'm not as cynical as I was. I am honest. Yeah. No, I do understand it. Whether I'll put all of these steps into place is a different thing. But what would you say somebody who's just switched on now and is just joined and they're like, oh, personal branding, I don't know about that. How would you conclude the conversation, is what I'm asking.
I think it would probably go back to a few key points that we've mentioned in the last sort of 50 minutes is, do you want to do this? So what's your purpose for doing this, first of all? Then...
And do you need to do this as well, I suppose?
Exactly. Is this going to be purposeful for my next steps? And I think getting really clear on why. Even just a very quick example was, I remember Gary Vaynerchuk having a very similar conversation with sort of 4 or 5 billionaires, and they're like, well, we don't need to work on our personal brand, or we don't need to do this. And he's like, but are you passionate about something out with what you do? Yeah, I'm working on this charity and I'm doing this and I'm doing this and for a not-for-profit. But yes, then you have a brand. You want people to give to that charity, or you want to be seen and do that. That's your brand that people are buying into. So I think there is a purpose and why are you doing that? So I think that's a big piece.
That's interesting, because I look at the big billionaires, the Elon Musks, and I don't know, the Amazon guy, Jeff Bezos, and I wonder if it's something that they've worked on. Jeff Bezos, I would argue, probably has.
Yeah,
That
and
would-
he,
that
and
would
he
be a
talks a
theory.
lot about your personal brand is what people say about you when you're not in the room. He's got a famous quote about that. So I think he's very aware and
Yeah.
in the visibility space. And then I added into, and it's how you make people feel, whether you're in the room or not.
Would you like to work on Elon Musk's personal brand?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a hard one.
But then that's a direct effect of when you go and do something in your personal brand and it has a negative impact, and stock prices and what have you. Well, that's a whole nother episode.
That is. You've created the argument. Look, you're going to have to come back and talk to us again. I hope you will.
Love to.
Brilliant. Kelly Lundberg is a personal branding person. How's that?
Good.
That's pretty
I'm
close.
good with that.
Appreciate you joining us. Thanks very much. Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. Don't forget you can watch us on the website, mirabusiness.fm. You can find us on social media, across social media. Everything we do, pretty much everything, in fact, I think 100%, as near as you can get, is podcasts. So wherever you find your podcasts, you can listen and or watch or both again. That's up to you. Contact us, info@mira.fm, and also WhatsApp. You can find us on 971-522-789-567. If you can't remember that number, and believe me, it's a tough one, then just open up the dialog box by typing in whatsapp.mira.fm. So that should work. Get in touch with us. Now, next, a story that reflects the spirit of progress shaping the region today. It's a story of entrepreneurship, industry transformation, and the people driving one of the Middle East's fastest growing aviation platforms. Under the leadership of Daniel Qureshi and Daksha Patel, Niche Ideas is becoming one of the region's most influential event organizers. Their flagship platform is the Global Airports Forum, which has recently received major industry recognition as it was shortlisted for Best Exhibition of the Year at the Saudi Event Show Awards. Daniel and Daksha are here. Daksha, first of all, nice to see you.
Thank you.
And also, Daniel, nice to meet you again.
Thank you for inviting us.
Good for having you here. Look, there's a lot to talk about because what you've managed to do is get recognition for the forum in a remarkably short space of time. So congratulations on that. It puts you in a great position, I think, as it's a world-class meeting point for aviation leaders and decision makers and innovators. And there's no shortage of those people looking to shape the future of development of airports and operations in this region at this particular moment in time. Let me start with you, Daniel. I suppose that gives you some form of prime mover advantage, let's say?
Well, firstly, thank you for having us at the show. So we've both Daksha and myself, we've got a long history of working in the aviation events industry. We've done events in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and there was an opportunity. In Saudi Arabia, there was a requirement. A lot of our clients wanted to go into Saudi, so we kind of put the exhibitors and the visitors, as they're called in our industry, we put them together. There was a genuine requirement, and we were just there to fulfill it.
Well, I mean, there really was, I think. The event has grown so quickly. We'll come to the figures in a few moments, but let's just look at the history. Just fill me in on, the timeline is what I'm asking, really.
So we started immediately after COVID. We knew there was a need. Saudi Arabia had been making a few announcements about their expansion plans, part of Vision 2030, and they knew that aviation and transport logistics were a critical component of that. So they wanted to increase the passenger numbers triple-fold. They wanted to increase the number of flights, connectivity, destinations, 250 destinations they wanted to reach. So that required a lot of the global industry coming to Saudi, meeting with the Saudi leaders, and doing that networking and collaboration, putting those partnerships in place. A lot of that industry reached out to us. Of course, we were following the news anyways. We had our experience in the UAE, which is such a great learning opportunity. Working in the UAE, working in Dubai is such a great opportunity to understand how to deliver a great business event. We used that opportunity to connect the dots. Immediately after COVID, in 2022, we had our first edition of the event. And from there on, I think we delivered on a promise. And from there on, and of course, the Saudis were extremely helpful in welcoming the world to Riyadh for this event. And from there on, there's no turning back.
I mean, it's kind of a new beginning for Saudi, but I suppose you were able to draw on, your experience in the aviation industry, in the sector here in the UAE, weren't you?
Yes, we were working on a number of aviation events, aerospace, airports, air cargo, etc. So we've done a lot of work in the aviation sector, and we know how exciting and glamorous the aviation sector is, not just for the people who work in it, but for the people who aspire to be in it. So over the years, one thing that we're really proud of is every event that we've done, whether it was before in the UAE or now in Saudi Arabia, giving jobs to the youth of the nation is a very important factor. So we do a lot of work behind the scenes in making sure that Saudi nationals are presented this opportunity. So the universities, colleges, etc., are involved. We run a fantastic program called Women in Aviation as well. So we make sure that the benefits of this economic drive help national employment, help the youth to come into this great industry.
So it's COVID time, and Daksha, I want to bring you in. I know you've got a sore throat today, so I'm not going to tax you too much. Thank you for being here. So it's COVID time. You two guys think we want to do something here. What sparked the original idea? What's your story on that as well? Not that I don't trust your story, Daniel. Don't get me wrong, but what sparked what was the spark for this idea?
Not only that. I mean, there's three partners. Obviously, myself, Nadeem, and Daniel. Just sitting, having a coffee one of the days. We've been in the aviation sector for a long time, working in Dubai, as you know.
Yeah.
And just realized there's a gap. We could take this show. We wanted to do it before, but it was a bit difficult then. We thought the time is right now. Saudi is investing so much into its transport and logistics. So we decided to say, okay, now's the time to go into Saudi.
Well, it's gone pretty well, hasn't it? 'Cause if you look at, I'm reading some of the notes around the event. I mean, Daniel, the 2025 edition of the forum has doubled in size. So you've gone from 2 exhibition halls to 4. That strikes me as being, in 4 years that this has been around, that's pretty remarkable growth in terms of the trajectory.
Well, when we did the last edition, it was in 2 halls, and we ran out of space. So we had a lot of calls in the last couple of weeks, couple of months, for people who wanted to join. Sorry, and we ran out of space. So we asked the venue, "What's the maximum space you can give us?" They said, "We have 4 halls." We said, "We'll take them all," and we filled it up.
Just give us all. They need to build you some more halls, I think. But so this time, what can attendees expect when you have increased this much in size? Or how do you guys term it? This larger footprint, I think, is probably the industry parlance there. Well, what's been added this year?
So the aviation industry, I mean, I love the aviation industry, so I could talk for hours about it. But the aviation industry is very exciting and dynamic and innovative.
Yeah.
So, there are constantly changes happening within the industry, just like in every other industry. There are constantly changes happening within the aviation industry towards innovation, towards digitalization, towards passenger experience. So the number of new technologies and the number of new ideas and innovations that come out each year around the world is phenomenal.
Okay.
There's the aviation industry can take in technology for almost every other sector, from the automotive, from healthcare, etc. From every other sector, technologies and innovations are adopted into the aviation industry. So at the show this year, innovation is a key theme. Innovation and how innovation is making airports more seamless, passengers, able to go through airports with less difficulty, with less hassle. How the whole airport experience is almost the airport wants to be a mall. How airport retail is changing so much. So all these innovations, all these ideas, and the best companies that deliver them around the world, top airports in Europe, top airports in North America and Asia, the companies that work on those and support them in becoming the top airports in the world are at the show. So you get to see what makes Changi an award-winning airport, or what makes Dubai an award-winning airport, or Heathrow, or Frankfurt, or Milan. What enables these airports to handle that capacity, to deliver that quality. All the companies that work on those projects, the main projects, are at the show. So it's a complete ecosystem of the entire airport. You could come into the show with a bag of cash. You could meet the consultant who will help you, devise an airport, and you could meet the company that does the runway markings. So you could come in and build an airport from scratch at the event.
Okay. It's interesting that when you talk about how airports are almost a destination in and of themselves now. Because when I was a kid, the airport was, well, not the greatest place to go. It's a very long time ago. Children were still up chimneys when I was a child. But it's just this thing now that it's almost like you don't have enough time at the airport. There are so many different, avenues to explore. There may be a gaming area or a particular restaurant or bar or whatever it is that you want to do. Some of the retail opportunities, I never get to do as much as I want to at the airport. I mean, it's been a huge change, I think.
Of course, and Tim, I'll be honest, we haven't seen the end of it yet. I mean,
They're changing
air,
for more.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah.
airports are innovating, and airports are very competitive spaces. There's so much more opportunity to do so much more in terms of entertainment, in terms of retail, in terms of food options. And airports are, so they want the passenger to arrive at the airport within minutes, go through the entire process of immigration, security, boarding, etc., drop their bags off, etc. So airports are becoming more seamless, more digital, more less interaction with other individuals, but do everything yourself. Do it on your mobile. Even a lot of airports now offer you to have your bags picked up before you even go to the airport.
Yeah,
So
okay.
airports are shifting towards an asset that is that you'll bring the passenger into. Within minutes, the passenger is done with all the airport-related procedures, and then can enjoy the airport, the bars, the restaurants, all the entertainment options, cinemas, even everything, bowling alleys, everything. The airports are moving in that direction.
Bowling alley at the airport.
Of course.
It's like a shopping mall almost.
That's fantastic
Going
idea. I like that. Daksha, let me just put this to you. Just a more kind of general view. I think you've come a long way in 4 years with the show. Global Airports Forum, I guess, has had to expand rapidly as Saudi's aviation sector has grown and is growing. We're really beginning to see, aren't we, strong kind of regional demand from business events, and I guess much of that comes from the experience of Dubai as kind of the was it like the fire starter for this, do you think? Is that reasonable to say?
Absolutely, it is. I mean, there's a whole new demand for it. Saudi is becoming the new Dubai at the moment. Saudi is becoming the new Dubai. So what Dubai was almost like 20, 30 years ago, you'll see Saudi growing at a rapid pace, and they're building and building every single day. You can land at the airport 1 week, and the next week you'll see some new technology put in. So it is growing.
Okay, so we're on the subject of the regional aviation sector, really. That's the thrust of this whole conversation. Daniel, let me ask you about trends influencing the infrastructure here in the Middle East, the airport infrastructure here in the Middle East. We're going to see Dubai International move to Al Maktoum in the next few years, I guess. But there is so much happening. What trends would you highlight when it comes to airports, when it comes to infrastructure that surrounds airports, and also, I guess, the aviation industry itself as well?
I think, Tim, it's a very demand-driven factor. So at the moment, the number of passengers that are coming into airports in the Middle East, especially, is on the rise, and it's phenomenal. I mean, the Middle East is one of the fastest growing aviation markets in the world by far.
The numbers are staggering, aren't they?
The numbers are. The numbers are. I mean, each year the numbers that Dubai alone announces, and then Saudis are announcing the same. Qatar is announcing the same. A lot of the other. I mean, Abu Dhabi has done a tremendous job with their airport development, the new midfield terminal.
Yep.
So the numbers that are coming into the Middle East, especially, are staggering. Now, unless we can put in the technology to minimize the stress that passengers have to go through, we are not able to. So the airport has to be a positive touch point in that whole journey. Yeah. The journey begins when you book the ticket, basically, and from the time you book the ticket to when you reach your destination and enjoy your holiday or your business trip, etc. The entire passenger process has to be seamless. Now, we know digital technology has enabled that in so many other sectors, and aviation, as a on the whole, is using digital technology, whether it's AI, whether it's blockchain, whether it's touch-free, hands-free, mobile phones, 5G. So every application related to IoT, etc., every application related to digital, to make the passenger process as seamless, as comfortable, as enjoyable as possible, is the focus at the moment. We know the numbers are going to increase by tens of millions year on year in the region. You cannot keep, Al Maktoum Airport or the expansion with King Salman International Airport in Riyadh. We know you can build a midfield terminal in Abu Dhabi. We know you can build bigger buildings, but that alone is not the answer. The answer is to be able to process passengers faster using technology to create a seamless journey for the passenger. So the focus remains on how we're going to harness technology into making our airports faster, smoother, more efficient, more sustainable.
It's so important, isn't it, that you do that for passengers, and that's one of the things I think that Dubai's been really successful at, above probably most airports on earth. But you do have to consider the security restrictions as well. So there's that balance between moving people through as quickly as you possibly can, but moving them through securely, because that's in the interest of the nation as well.
Of course, I think the behind the scenes there's a lot of work done on airport security. So
I'm sure.
So in Abu Dhabi they have the pre-clearance for the US airports. So they have a pre-clearance option. I mean, the amount of work that was put in to deliver something like that is phenomenal. Now, what happens is we know from our experience, all the airports in the region are working with their global counterparts. They're working with the immigration, the security, the customs authorities globally and locally. So there's so much of collaboration on an international, regional, and local level going on to make the whole security process a bit easier, a bit simpler. We had liquid rules which have now been removed in a lot of airports.
Yep.
So we can see these. We had to take off our shoes. We had to take out our laptops, and all of these changes. Yes, they were put into effect due to circumstances that happened,
Sure.
but you can see them being rolled back gradually globally and then regionally and then locally. It's because the security has to work hand in hand with aviation, but security and aviation and the global industry is doing so much work on a collaborative basis that the process only becomes easier year on year.
Let's move back to the event and kind of broadly the importance of trade shows, B2B platforms, when it comes to driving investment and driving partnerships and driving market entry. And also, I'm not sure if it's Daksha or Daniel you want to take this question. Either of you can. Daniel, Daksha's pointing to Daniel. That sore throat's taking over, isn't it? I can see. I feel for you. But also growth opportunities for international companies. What exhibitions offer from that viewpoint as well, Daniel?
It's a win-win. So Saudi Arabia announced that we would like the companies that come in and work. And Dubai has said this in the past as well. Every country has done this. That the companies that come in to pitch for projects in our market, they should establish bases over here. Maintenance work is required. Post handover work is required. So we saw a direct result of this in Dubai in the past when we did our exhibitions in Dubai, and now we're seeing that in Saudi Arabia as well. We have brought over 500 new companies into Saudi Arabia for our trade show over the last 4 editions. Over 500 companies that were not in Saudi Arabia before, and I would say at least 15 to 20% of them have either established local partnerships, local distributorships, or they've opened up local offices. So out of that 500 companies, over 100 we know have now set up some form of operation. Now that contributes to the economy in Saudi Arabia. That contributes to that business opening up another regional, global office that gives them more business opportunities. And from that office that they've opened up in Saudi Arabia, or that distributorship that they've opened up in Saudi Arabia, they're now able to service the entire Middle East market, which is a booming, exceptional growth market.
It's a huge opportunity for sure. Can we cast the net a little bit wider? And I'm interested in some perspective from you, to be honest, an opinion as much as anything. But the evolution of how this, I guess, regionally more than looking specifically at the UAE or Saudi Arabia, the event landscape in this region. You've been in this for some time, obviously. How you see events as having evolved over time, and what you think the future might hold for events, not specifically even the events that you hold, but just generally.
The events industry, of course, it has evolved a lot. Events have
It's hugely
it,
changed.
it, it has, and again, I mean, I credit to Dubai for the way they've tapped into this industry and supported this industry into becoming one of the leading exhibition centers in the world. Based on what Dubai has done, a lot of the other cities in the region are now following suit. So that's a fact. The exhibitions industry has grown, and I think the exhibition industry does a very good job of advocating its strength and the benefits it delivers to the countries that the events are hosted in, and to the companies that are brought in and given these opportunities. So we've seen the events industry only go from strength to strength over the last 1 or 2 decades, and they grow bigger. And then so there's a lot of niche events, which is where we got our name from. So there's a lot of niche events built into events that have grown, that have become so large that they're just not able to sustain the growth, and they feel that there's a large segment within that large event that can have a niche of its own. And we've seen that across so many shows. I mean, Dubai, there's so many shows where we've seen an event become so large that they've got offshoots. I mean, there's so many examples I could give you. I don't want to.
Quiet, isn't it? Like face-to-face events, you're going to get so much more than you're going to do if it's an online thing.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm thinking if I was at GITEX this year, and I haven't been to GITEX for quite a few years, and the observation I would make is I would echo everything that you've said there, Daniel. I would also argue, is it too big? I mean, it was a real struggle to get around just one of the halls, to be honest with you, because we were talking to people, doing interviews with people, obviously, but it is so huge, and the spin-offs from that are kind of obvious, I suppose. But it's not what it was 10 years ago. Clearly, it's night and day. I kind of felt.
But this is where the exhibition organizers are doing a great job. So they're taking the event, and they're bringing more stakeholders into the event year on year. So they're growing the event, and then when it reaches that stage where there's too much to cover in a 5-day period or a 3-day period for that event, they spin off a segment. So that segment has their own event because it's large enough to cater to that industry. Now, each event that has spun off, imagine the economic benefits of it. Imagine the new industries that have been supported. Imagine the visitors that come and they set up offices in your country, or they set up businesses in your country, or distributorships in your country. Imagine the economic growth that the event industry alone generates. It's worth billions. And every city that's seen successful cities do it is following suit, is putting those same models in place. And kudos to the early adopters, who've walked through the fire to put in place such a great ecosystem for other cities to emulate.
No, that's true. I mean, they've been through the tough times. They should enjoy the good times, of course. I suppose the bigger it gets in some ways, the more urgency, the more need you create as well. This is a final question for you. We're a little bit over time, but hey, that's fine. This is one event in a pretty packed regional event calendar. We've talked at some length about Global Airports Forum, but what have you got planned next? What else are you up to? What can you tell me? You're both smiling, so there's something.
We've got a few cards up our sleeve, but
Yeah, I thought so.
You'll hear some announcements soon. We wanted to commit our time and our effort to making this, like you said, 2 halls to 4, 4 halls to 8. So we wanted to commit our time and effort to making this show as successful and deliver on the promise that it's putting for all the stakeholders on the table. Now that we feel that this show has established quite a it's on strong, solid ground. We have a couple of launches. Actually, they're not launches because we wanted to launch in those sectors, but a lot of the stakeholders, global stakeholders related to the aviation industry, have come to us and said that, can you do something? Can you do a conference for us in this sector, or can you do a small event, a niche event for us in this? To be honest, till now, we've been getting these requests for the last 2-3 years, in fact. The only reason why we weren't able to do it is because we wanted to focus, give as much attention to the Global Airports Forum for it to become what it has become. And I think now we'll have a bit more time to see what are the other opportunities. We've shortlisted a few. We've done some work, spoken to the stakeholders in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE, and we've got a few new events that we're planning to launch.
Okay. So if you do go from 4 halls to 8, hopefully they can build you 4 new halls. Let's keep our fingers crossed for that one. The 4th edition of the Global Airports Forum is on next week, September the 16th, 17th at the Riyadh International Convention and Exhibition Centre. Daniel Qureshi, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
And Daksha Patel, nice to see you.
Thank you.
The founders of Niche Ideas who are behind the event. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Touch with us if you would like to. info@mira.fm is the email address. You can also WhatsApp us, whatsapp.mira.fm. No need to remember numbers. If you have a thing that you can remember numbers, for some reason that's my only kind of claim to fame, remembering numbers, but it is +971 522 789 567. Subscribe if you're watching us online on YouTube or Twitch or Rumble or Dailymotion, or on the website mirabusiness.fm, or Instagram or Facebook. There's a whole list. LinkedIn is there as well. Let us know how you feel. Give us a thumbs up or an emoji and get in touch. And if you're searching, Mira Business FM, MIRA. That's the order of things here. Now, let's talk about global construction and urban development. Josine Hyman's on the line, Senior VP for Construction at DMG Events. They're behind Big 5 Global, which has been on this week in Dubai. Last day today. Josine, good to talk to you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Very good to have you on. As I mentioned, global construction, the urban development space. But for anybody not familiar, what's Big 5 Global all about, Josie?
Well, this year marks the 46th edition of Big 5 Global. And, over that time period, we have really evolved in becoming the largest and most influential construction event in the Middle East, Africa, and South Asia region, bringing together kind of that full value chain under one roof. So it's kind of this meeting point for contractors, developers, policymakers, manufacturers, technology providers, everyone that makes this industry complete. And of course, every year we kind of focus on what are kind of those real world industry challenges and opportunities, whether it's around materials or sustainable solutions, digital technologies. And we are also particularly known kind of for particularly global suppliers wanting to be part of the enormous project activity in the Miasa region. And we see this reflected in this year's event. We welcoming over 2,800 exhibitors, bringing over 60,000 products and solutions to the region. But it's not just only product display. We have also very extensive educational program, summits, CPD accredited Big Five talk sessions. So we also really want to be a knowledge hub as well, in addition to exploring product and networking opportunities.
So a huge amount going on. You know, I had visitors here a few weeks ago, and they've been to Dubai before, but the main comment this time was, there is so much construction, and I guess that's the experience of lots of us, cranes, wherever you look. You're in your 46th year, congratulations on that. But a couple of questions. What is it that's led to Big Five Global becoming such a central hub for the construction and urban development community? And also, just a personal point, how's the week been so far for you?
Well, of course, I mean, the involvement of Big Five Global very much goes hand in hand with the massive opportunities in the region. A lot of this, of course, is driven by population growth, by urbanization happening in the region. But that's kind of also how Big Five Global has evolved over the time. The event so far has been really, really brilliant. Lots of activity. For example, one of the central themes that we have been talking about this year is sustainability. We really see that the industry is moving kind of more towards low carbon construction within the GCC. Kind of really accelerated by, of course, regulatory updates or clients demanding more sustainable solutions. And we see this also reflected on the show floor. Exhibitors are showcasing materials and systems, really reducing that embodied and operational carbon, being it the kind of low emission cement or steel, modular and prefabricated solutions, advanced MEP systems. This is very much also driven by governments tightening sustainability codes and really driving for that adoption. This is reflected on the show floor. We're very pleased this year. For the first time, we have a China pavilion showcasing over 1,000 square meters built entirely by sustainable materials, which definitely I can recommend to come and explore. And then we have our Big Five Impact Trail, really highlighting across the show floor all those exhibitors with sustainable solutions as well.
So I want to ask you a little bit about sustainability because, obviously it's a central theme from, low emission materials, you've got circular design, energy efficient systems, lots more. And it's driven by, governments, but it's also driven by, us. That's more and more, that's what people are looking for. Are we seeing genuine scalable innovation from exhibitors, or is the sector still maybe struggling a little bit to move beyond, green marketing before they get to, making a real world impact? What do you think?
No, I definitely think, and I mean, we see that there is a shift. And as I mentioned, of course, quite a bit of this is driven by changes in the regulatory environment, like governments really pushing and tightening those codes and demands for more sustainable practices across the built environment. But also developers really are increasingly, particularly in the mega projects, integrate clear environment targets. And we see this on the show floor as well. And these are conversations that we touch upon, for example, also as part of our CPD accredited program. We have a stream focused around sustainability talks. We talk sustainable building material talks as well, really kind of reflecting on that market's transition towards real impact rather than just positioning alone.
The event's also been shining a spotlight on digital construction, so AI, robotics, 3D printing, I guess a more kind of automated approach. How far are we from mass adoption? Is the industry, really transforming, or technologies like this kind of a side project for developers?
Well, Adoption is accelerating, definitely in areas where, of course, digital tools really solve some of those kind of long-standing challenges, where it's delays or cost control or work shortages. We also see AI moving more into mainstream use, being it in design reviews or inspections, or field management, 3D printing. Also they're really being enabled by some updates recently in the regulations in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. And also things like robotics and automation, they're really gaining traction, particularly where it concerns more kind of repetitive or high-risk tasks. And similarly, in Big Five Global, we try to reflect on some of this momentum through our features. So we have our digital construction world, which is really the hub for everything AI, robotics, automation, BIM, digital twins, where kind of visitors really hands-on get the opportunity to explore how some of these tools are kind of shaping the real-world delivery. We have our startup city, which has a really focus on kind of those early stage innovators and disruptors. And then again, in our content sessions, AI talks, tech talks, we're really getting some of those insights from being a government or tech providers and project leaders, what is actually being implemented today and what is working and what isn't working. So yes, the industry is not fully transformed yet, but definitely the region is witnessing a shift for more digital construction, whether it's in procurement, in planning, or the delivery strategies.
I guess it would be fair to say, if you look particularly in this region at the UAE and obviously Saudi Arabia, they jump immediately to mind. But you could say construction is booming. That would be a reasonable assessment. But we're exposed to global uncertainties, geopolitical risks, supply chain disruption consequences, fluctuating material prices, things like that. You've got lots of influential people this week talking about things like this. What are industry leaders telling you about how they prepare for these challenges?
Yeah. So, I mean, so Big Five Global, we are really a place, of course, not just as an exhibition, but we're also a place for learning and collaboration. And particularly in our summit programs is where we kind of bring together those government entities, policymakers, and senior industry leaders to really have those practical conversations about, what are some of those current and future challenges, and also what are the solutions. And particularly this year, we are focusing on topics like supply chain resiliency, carbon reduction, AI adoption, workforce productivity, just to mention a few. And the leaders really, they have been sharing some real world experiences rather than theory, like the UAE Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure. They really stress kind of the need for public and private sector collaboration, really to meet the country's infrastructure and sustainability goals. Also at our Livable Cities X Summit, Abu Dhabi Department of Municipalities and Transport, they really explained how kind of dynamic planning, community engagement, real-time data, and also neighborhood design really can improve quality of life. So across all stages, really all speakers repeatedly also emphasize the need for skills development, because with all those changes, being it AI, digital construction, sustainability, we need to make sure that the people on the job, the workforce really can pick up as well.
One final question, Josine, actually maybe two. As Big Five Global approaches nearly half a century, 46 years this year, what kind of legacy do you want this event to leave? How do you see its role evolving as cities move towards, smarter, more sustainable, more resilient urban environments?
Well, we really, Big Five Global, the legacy is we want to continue pushing the industry forward, really bringing the people together, elevating standards and helping to turn kind of ambitious ideas into real sustainable progress. Of course, we for many years we have been the trusted meeting place, where the global construction community unites here in Dubai. And comes to exchange knowledge and build partnerships. And of course, this happens far beyond the 4 days of the event. And we really want to continue enabling those opportunities to those emerging markets, continue empowering innovators, startups, and talent to really scale their impact. And, of course, we need to continue building on the success of the event every year, because this is where, the full industry, construction and urban development come together really to find solutions for the massive opportunities in the $9 trillion project pipeline here in the region.
We just had a question in from somebody, I think, watching the live stream this morning. This guy says, hello, I'm Kennedy. I'm a university student in Dubai, studying comms, communications, but I'm currently interested in construction. I wonder if you can help Kennedy, Josine, just quickly. How is the construction job market right now in the UAE? And is there any specific degree? I mean, obviously engineering, I get that, but, are there a number of different qualifications that are perhaps highlighted, people are looking for right now?
Well, today is the last day of Big Five, and I definitely could recommend this young man to come to Big Five Global. For the first time this year, we are having a student day where not just we have dedicated student talks happening on the show floor, but there were also dedicated mentoring sessions, really having the opportunity to not just learn about engineering or architecture, but directly engage as well with leaders in the industry to really find out, what is your best journey, where are your interests. So I look forward to have him later on at the show. We're opening at 10.
Kennedy, your timing is impeccable. Just one thing, and this is kind of a personal thing, I think, but not too personal, Josine, but you're coming to the end of the show, 46 years. What is, for you, what's been the best bit this year?
Whew, that's so difficult to choose one. I think every year I'm so impressed. Of course, there's many activities happening, partnerships closed. It's almost impossible to pick one. But what I really feel is, from the conversations happening on the floor, the industry is really changing and moving forward. And I'm very proud to be working with my team on a platform where we kind of enable those partnerships, where we enable those conversations and networking opportunities. And I think that's the thing I'm most proud of.
Things to do, people to see. I know you're busy. The show opens at 10. It's coming to a close. Big Five Global, probably the most influential construction event in the region here in Dubai at the World Trade Center. Josine Hymans is Senior Vice President for Construction at DMG Events. Thank you for taking time to speak to us, Josine. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Josine Hymans joining us here at Mira Business FM.
Tell us a bit about being here at Urban Future Week here in Dubai, and I guess your kind of mindset coming into an event like this.
Well, I came here to give a master class, basically, that was done yesterday, and I had a little talk today, and I thought it was extremely interesting. I mean, the way the whole activities and themes were organized. I mean, how it was curated actually is quite interesting. But I do come from an entirely different perspective of work. I work in contexts of sort of dealing with national heritage and world heritage sites. I'm very interested in sort of the history of architecture, and so this is very exciting for me and different because it's something about the future and the future of Dubai and so on and so forth. It's quite interesting, and some of the ideas they're proposing are very very ambitious. Yeah.
How do you find that as someone who is, your whole kind of career has looked back at architecture, has looked back at design, has looked back at, how we've got to where we are today in terms of, the way people have lived and the places people have lived in, etc. But then being here in the Museum of the Future, and this is all about looking forward. For you, what has that been like?
I never really think of it this way, looking back. It's really looking around. The history is part of the contemporary condition. And a lot of futuristic buildings, they have historical references lurking within them. I mean, look at the skin of the building, of this calligraphy, right? So it's not always such a clear cut. But I do think that what interests me most in a city is the way it's navigated and lived, and the kind of openness that it has, and the kind of freedom you have in living in the city. And I don't mean kind of like freedom in the typical sense, but freedom of movement, of socialization, of being able to walk from point A to point X, connectivity, public space. What interests me sort of is landmarks, and why are landmarks important, and how do they command space. So it's a number of things really, but in my work, I mean, I'm not always looking backwards. Obviously, I look backwards to look forwards, and my work is essentially also contemporary, and it deals with contemporary conditions and its issues and problems. It attempts to kind of address that in many ways, but also it attempts to find, look for its roots in the sense of the place itself, right? And it tries to establish sort of its own genealogy with what is around it, this connection.
Let's talk a bit about Dubai in particular. How much involvement have you had in this city, if any at all? And what's your thoughts on the way that this city has shaped itself to where it is today, but also its plans for the future? Just the other day, Dubai municipality announced that they want to create Dubai the most livable city in the world. Do you kind of look at, maybe an argument like that and say, well, it is very much possible here?
I think it's very possible here, actually. And I think their intentions are in the right place. And it is doable. And cities are always being retrofitted in one way or another when you think about it. Cities develop. And there aren't any cities that do not face issues and problems. And the history has shown that they are constantly being updated and constantly being intervened on. So I think what the Dubai municipality is doing is actually quite brilliant. My involvement in Dubai actually has been, it's funny, it's in the 90s after I finished university, I started to work with Jafar Touan in Amman, and he had the task of documenting or creating the map of Dubai in the 1950s. That was done in the 90s. So I came with another architect, a colleague of mine, to do a historical survey of all the traditional buildings pre-1950s. And we did this survey here in Dubai, and it was interesting to see kind of like the various urban textures of the old city juxtaposed to kind of like this grand project of modernity that was unfolding. And as I have started to come to Dubai, I thought all this new stuff that is happening was a little bit too much, but then once it became a lived condition, it changed, it transformed. I think people have the power of transforming space through the act of habitation itself. It transforms the city. I mean, we always transform space by simply by using it, right? So
I mean, it was a total blank canvas here that they were working with. Is that a designer? Is that an architecture's dream to be starting on a blank canvas and, going from there, or is it? Or would you rather have a lived-in place?
I like limits very much. Having a blank canvas is a very, very difficult thing because you have to self-impose measures of control, and of course, there's a lot of, a lot of architects say, yes, I want to have the freedom, but that's really about ego, and it's about kind of presenting work that is so self-centered, really. I always say the most interesting things about city and the meaning emerges between the sort of the space between buildings, the conversation between buildings. I think that's very important, and so having a blank canvas to me is very difficult.
Because there is this element, and the whole idea of today's day 2 at Urban Future Week is about communities by design. And when you kind of got this blank canvas, or and on the other hand, a city which is very much lived in, is it harder then to create communities via design, or is it actually an easier thing to do if it's a very much lived-in city which has got kind of structures and architect and history?
Communities form themselves irrespective of design. You know that. That's part of being human. There are many examples of that. But design can certainly change the quality of life for these environments. So I think design becomes an important factor in shaping the lives of these communities, right? So certainly the idea of a city that segregates people, for example, if you're in one area and you're unable to move easily to another one, that makes it, that kind of segregation or fragmentation of the city creates fragmented communities, whereby when you have a city that is more interconnected, looser, more of a porous entity, new forms of socialization happen between different communities, and they become more visible towards one another. And I think this is very important. It's the visibility of the other, whereby you're not in sort of surrounded by some kind of controlled imaginary boundary, living in a bubble. I think that's not what the city should be, right?
So to that point, where's your favorite city in the world, and why?
I have so many. My favorite.
If you were to pick one.
If I were to pick one, really, and it has to do probably with my early years of formation, of my formation as an architect. When I started to study architecture, after the first year, I went to Rome for 3 months and it was a program to study the urban systems. And it was I had just started architecture, and it was really the most transformative thing one can. And I still really hold a very. I like Rome very much, yeah. Rome. But I lived in Venice and but Rome has a special.
Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. If you're with us on the website, mirabusiness.fm, you're very welcome. If you're with us on social media, also welcome. You can contact us, info@mira.fm, and you can also find us with whatsapp.mira.fm. If you like the number, 522 789 567. But of course, you don't need that these days with all the modern technology that we all seem to have acquired. Next on the programme, the business of scams and how scams are thriving and the new tactics that you need to know to stay safe. Now, the global economy faces sophisticated financial crime daily, of course, from investment rackets to digital identity theft. Scams as a business is a booming business. Now, today we're very pleased to have Mazhar Faruqi back with us. He is a multi-award-winning investigative journalist. He's a senior editor at Khalij Times here in Dubai. Now, for years, Mazhar's been relentlessly digging for the truth, trying to expose corruption and uncovering scams as well that have led to crackdowns, arrests, and even reforms in the law here in the UAE and internationally. And he's written a book on it as well, The Maz Files, Scoops, Scams, and Showdown. And he's back with us at Mira Business FM. It's good to see you.
Thank you.
Good to have you back, Mazhar. I always find it slightly humbling talking to you because I work as a journalist of sorts, but not at the levels that you work out with and the things that you go through. We've kind of labelled this segment of the programme as kind of a business of scams segment, but it's really just to listen to you share stories. I mean, when you use the phrase business of scams, it almost legitimizes what shouldn't really be an industry, of course. How would you describe the scale, the sophistication of financial crime today? I mean, it seems to me it's like an organised kind of parallel economy. Almost.
It is absolutely. I mean, the scale is humongous, and that's probably an understatement because while we have Dubai as the safest place in the country, which is true, and the likelihood of you being mugged on the streets or someone breaking into your house is zero, thanks to what Dubai police does and safety and all of that. But people falling into Ponzi scheme, investment scams, and cyber crimes, it happens every single day. And every day when I open my email, I have about 20 or 30 emails from victims. When I go to my office, I have about 5-6 people waiting for me, like they're in a doctor's clinic, waiting outside, like patients. Right. So it's crazy. And each scam is so different from the other. It's like some of them are like work of pure evil geniuses. And it is quite startling to see how like people pull them off.
It seems like that to me. I mean, there's a cynical side of me that thinks, some of the scams, how do you fall for that? And, there's some stuff you think, no, just don't answer it. The guy calling you from Dubai Police is probably not from Dubai Police. I get that. I had that over the weekend. Tim, you have to come to the police station. There's a guy calling me on Google Meet. I'm like, well, why do I have to come to the police station? He says, oh, you must report, da-da-da. And I'm like, I'm from Dubai Police. And I just kind of went, you're not, though, are you, really? You're not. Your email address, DubaiPoliceCommander@gmail.com, doesn't really ring true with me. So you don't fall for that stuff. But some of these scams are so sophisticated and they draw so many people in. It's shocking.
See, even with the one that you mentioned, because they play on volumes, so they're going to make like 1,000 phone calls.
Yeah,
and 90% will not fall for them, but 10% will fall.
Game, isn't it?
And also because a lot of people come to Dubai, they're very new to the country.
Yeah.
They have not read what we have reported about in the past. Yeah. A lot of tourists come to Dubai, and when they get a call, they think, oh, it's for real.
Yeah, yeah.
And these guys are good at what they do.
Yeah, so they are. So, I mean, one of the things with your work is you've shown that the UAE is a pretty safe place, and you've mentioned that, of course, but financial crime, subterfuge at that level is very different. It's high tech. It works at speed, and then it's the understanding of it as well. When we talk about crypto, for example, most of us are a little bit, it's befuddling at best, isn't it, for most people, I guess. But it's very easy, I guess, with the attraction of these huge returns that are promised, to lure victims if you have any relative level of sophistication.
I mean, some of them are pretty dumb, I would say, but people still fall for it. A few days back, someone came to my office and said that he lost $8 million. And I was like appalled. What did he lose it to? He lost it to a meme coin. What is it called? Pow Pow Panda. I said, is it for real? So some guy comes up with a white paper and it has a panda picture on it. And it says that this panda, they will be using this panda. It's an eco-friendly panda, and it's going to be running some races, and it will give you some powers in the metaverse and all. It was full of crap, but people fell for it. I mean, it was laughable actually.
I don't want to laugh at other people's misfortunes.
No, I know, but
that's remarkable.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so there's me talking about sophisticated scams, almost with a weird kind of untoward respect, but these things are going on as well, and buyer beware comes to mind. People are falling for some crazy stuff.
Yeah, especially the one that was quite rampant until a few days back was a forex scam, which thankfully Dubai police dismantled, like they always do when such scams happen. So what was happening is that there was a huge syndicate that had multiple call centers across the city, and each of these call centers had between 60 to 100 people, and they were making calls relentlessly. So what they do is that they buy data of residents, and in that data they classify like who is the most likely one to fall for it. So they have classified by their income, their nationality, their ages, and then they make these phone calls. So what they do is that they will lure you to invest money into some forex platform. And none of these forex platforms are registered in Dubai under ESCA, but they have some dubious registration in some God-forsaken country. And then initially they will be shown some profit, and all of them is on the screen. And you say, oh, your money is growing. You're very happy. But the moment you try to withdraw the money, they tell you, oh, you need to put in more money, or otherwise you're going to lose your capital. So this is rampant. And because it looks so sophisticated on the screen with bar charts and graphs and your money going up and down, it looks very, very, very legitimate.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting, this, isn't it? Because this happens in so many. Well, it happens wherever you go, but it happens it's particularly targeted at developing nations. So if you are a successful country, you tend to be targeted because clearly there is an opportunity for scammers.
Yeah,
simple as that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's been happening. What other kinds of things should we be looking out for, Meza? Because I'm just gobsmacked at the number of things that you're going to bring to light today.
Yeah, so the one that we exposed recently is something that I was following for almost a year or so. It's called the blue chip scam. So this scam is worthy of a Netflix story because this guy is so he had multiple cases against him, including attempt to kidnapping back home in India and attempt to murder even. And somehow he manages to come from India and comes to UAE, and he opens a company in Dubai called Acme. Now in this company called Acme, he was not on the trade license, but he was a manager there. This company pulls off this massive scam, about $70-80 million. One individual alone lost $38 million. It's crazy.
And so okay, go on. Sorry.
And then what happens is that when the company collapses, and this guy said, "Oh, look, I'm just a manager. I don't know what is happening," and the guy on the trade license have left the country. Okay, people move on. Then he opens another company in the same building, in the same premises, in Dubai, and opens a company called Blue Chip. Now, Blue Chip, they all follow the same playbook. They get these awards to, get some kind of credibility. They host parties and they post videos on Instagram, stepping out of a Rolls Royce and, walking on the red carpet and hobnobbing with the celebrities in Dubai.
Right.
And then within a few months, blue chip from one company, they had about 20 companies. What they were doing, no one knew. So we have blue chip real estate, blue chip investment, blue chip forex, and God knows what. And they were offering 3% monthly returns, which is about 36% returns. I mean, no business is going to, yeah, it's a red flag.
So the alarm bells are going.
Yeah.
Okay.
But because what they do is that they take money and give you money, of course, it's all like a Ponzi scheme, money coming from new investors paying the old ones.
Right.
People are very happy because they see that they're getting profits. But none of them wants to know, okay, what is their core business? Is there anything happening or not? But because the money is so good and word spreads, like, this is a great opportunity, you must invest money in it. And before long, hundreds of residents of UAE fell for this. And the amount that they gave were absolutely mind-boggling. 3 million, 4 million, talking about dollars. Even people from as far as Japan invested money in it. So,
wow. But I mean, the point is, when you run a Ponzi scheme, and immediately Bernie Madoff, the big New York financier, comes to mind, that, there has been a drip feed of some money going down. So as far as you're aware, it's easy to understand when you get, well, in theory, you get something from it. Oh, I'll keep my money in there, because we're always advised, aren't we? Invest for the long term, keep your money invested, and obviously you
so
should.
no Ponzi scheme has lasted more than 7 years. In this game, it lasted just maybe 2 or 3 years, this blue chip thing.
Okay.
2024, the company collapsed. And the last video we have of this guy that we published online is of the blue chip owner scooping huge amount of cash into a suitcase, and then no one saw of him again. This was January last year.
Okay.
And then it disappeared. Of course, by the time people realized it was too late. So when I went to the blue chip office back, I think it was about March, April, it was a crazy scene. Like, people from all strata of society were there. And if you look at them, people had taken huge loans. People had pledged, their mortgages, like their homes, properties, to invest money because this was too good to be true. And it was a devastating scene. People were crying, and they were like, one guy actually died of heartbreak. So, but it was too late. The guy, so there was an arrest warrant against this guy.
Yeah.
He was on the run, but somehow he managed to escape. Now the police in India says to Oman, and from there he took a.
Right.
So
okay.
he was on the run.
Yeah.
And the police was looking for him. And how they caught him was through a food delivery order. So he was holed up in some mountain area in India.
Uh-huh.
He placed an order. I don't know whether it was biryani or yeah, the police didn't tell me. But looking at him, it thinks
for the purposes of this story, it was biryani. That adds a little spice to the story.
All right.
Yeah.
So biryani. The police, I spoke to the commissioner of police, and she said that we don't know what it was, but they were keeping track of him, and then they caught him. And initially, the police had no idea that this is such an international guy, because he had just one complaint against him, and the police thought, okay, maybe they have caught some guy. But when the report came of his arrest, and people started flying from Dubai to India,
right.
Then they realized, oh my God, we have a price catch. So now it's everything has gone through the roof because they are overwhelmed with complaints. People from as far as Japan have reached out to us, and now they want to contact Indian authorities to catch this guy.
When you went to the offices, and all these people here from all walks of life, some people having taken, huge loans, some people, losing huge amounts of money. What was that like?
Well, I mean, you feel sad about them, and every scam goes through the same phase that you have when you have a breakup with your girlfriend. The first thing is like, this cannot be happening. This is not true.
Yeah.
So the acceptance comes after a long, long time. Yeah. Initially, they think, oh, it's some small problem. He'll be back. Maybe he's gone off somewhere. We'll still get the money back. So there is a total denial for weeks and days. And then there is anger. How can this happen to me? So it is almost the same thing that you go when you have a breakup with your girlfriend.
It's kind of like
comes after a long, long time.
is it the 5 stages of grief? I'm not sure
Yeah,
what it
the
is.
5 stages of grief,
It's
yeah.
literally that, isn't it? Before you get to
Yeah.
acceptance.
And unfortunately, I mean, you might get your girlfriend back, but the likelihood of anyone getting back money lost to a Ponzi scheme is very, very limited. I mean, historically, it is like 25 or 20 cents to a dollar if you are lucky.
Really?
But no one has been able to recover money lost to a Ponzi scheme.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask you, what stage is this scheme at now? Now that this perpetrator's been caught.
So in this case, of course, it was very difficult for us because we had to speak to a lot of whistleblowers and former staff and to gather the documents. So in this case, we found out that he had moved about $42 million in a crypto wallet. So, so I have the crypto wallet's address, but it's not easy for authorities to, crack into it.
Yeah.
So I spoke to Indian police yesterday, and they said right now it has only $38. So where 42 million went, they're still trying to figure out. So they have seized about 20 bank accounts of this guy, and he also invested in a lot of properties, both in India and the UAE. So once this investigation expand the scope, they'll involve the enforcement directorate and maybe reach out to authorities in the UAE to understand where the money has gone. Because, okay, you've got this guy, but to follow the money trail, and these guys are very good at what they do. They will probably think, okay, I'll get 4 years, 5 years, and then when I get out, I still have the money.
I still got my money waiting.
So,
sorry, other people's money waiting.
Yeah. That is the key thing, to follow the money trail. And now, with technology advancing so much, and now we have experts who can help unravel the scheme and then understand where the money went. So I'm sure authorities were going to hire experts to see, where the money went. So it's going to take a while, but let's see.
What's the likelihood of people, getting any kind of recompense?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound, but the fact is that the likelihood of people getting back money is very, very remote. Yeah.
Man, it's I don't know. It's sobering, isn't it?
It
when
is.
you
It
hear
is.
things like
Yeah.
this. So that's
I
one.
mean, the most interesting part of this blue chip scam is that people who lost money got scammed twice. It's a very interesting story how that happened to them. So of course we had hundreds of people who lost money to scam, and they didn't know what to do. And when you have lost money, you are desperate. You want to, contact everyone who can help you.
Yeah.
They come to me, oh, please help us recover the money. I said, I cannot. I'm not police. I'm just a journalist. So in this case, what happened was that some criminals got to know that these people have lost money. They approached them in a hotel in Dera. They said, oh, we are from authorities, and we will help you solve this. And of course, they had done their homework. And this particular subplot of this scam is brilliant. So what they did was that they had a meeting at a hotel in Dera, and they invited about 14 of these victims.
Yeah.
And said, we are from Interpol, and this guy on my left is from the courts, and this guy who's on my right is a government appointed. And all of them were carrying ID cards. And said, look, we're going to help you recover the money, but there's a process. So we have identified properties of this scammer, and these properties are worth 80 million. But in order for you to recover the money, you have to file a case in Dubai courts. And this is a court-appointed lawyer, and he was there. It's a process, and you'll get the money back. Sounds very good. But you have to pay 236,000 dirhams as the court fees, which all of you can contribute, and then you will get a judgment in 20 days. Okay, not bad. So everybody pitches in money. They raise 236,000 dirhams, give it to this court-appointed lawyer, and in 10 days they get a judgment from the court. So the judgment is there with the stamp and everything. And now these people were so good, and because they wanted to, give it some kind of semblance of legitimacy, they said, no, you have to come to Dubai courts and sign the order. So all these victims go to the court, they meet a woman there. She has a tablet, and they have to sign it. Of course, she met them in a coffee shop in Dubai courts, not in Dubai courts, but it was in Dubai courts. And then they told the victims, look, your claim is about a few million dirhams, 3 or 4 million, but you will get only one check of 50 million. So you need to get more victims. And now you can even have not just the principal, you can also get the profit, but you have to pay more. So from a group of 14, the group expanded, and before a few weeks, they had hundreds of victims pulling in money and paying to this, following the same process, the court and then the documents and everything, and every time they got a judgment. Eventually, one guy who works in the aviation sector, he thought it's a bit fishy. He took the court order, he took it to a lawyer, he said, yeah, it looks good. But each order has this barcode, right? When they scanned the barcode, it opened to some website. So everything was fake. The Interpol officer, the court-appointed lawyer, the woman in the court.
Wow.
Imagine. So the victims got scammed all over again. And of course, the Interpol officer was arrested, and now he's in jail. But I don't know what happened to the others. So
It's you know what's staggering is that this is people doing this to other people. That's the first thing that I have to get my head around. So I take my innocent head off and I put my cynical head on, and I realise this is human beings do this. So that's just something you have to learn to understand or accept in some way and be careful about. But the other thing is, it's the thinking that went on here. So you get 14 people, a small number of people together, and 236,000 between 14 people is what, 13,000? It's still it's an amount of money, but it's not to get back what you'd lost. So I can understand how that works. And then the front to get them to head to the courts, to meet somebody in the courts, where you're going to be lulled into this kind of false sense of,
absolutely.
I'm at the official building here, and this must be. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and what they did was that they said, look, you need to get your documents photocopied. So you have people lugging like kilos of photocopied documents. So no, your picture that is not good. It will not be accepted by authorities here. It has to have a white background. This document is not clear. You need to get it photocopied all over again. So people were thinking that they're following the process.
Yeah.
So, and all those documents being photocopied with nothing. It was just the whole thing was a sham.
Well, this is the thing in the UAE, isn't it? We're all very kind of aware of the procedures that we go through when you apply for a visa. You need to have your bank statements and your salary certificate, whatever it is you need to sponsor your family. So we're kind of used to being told the photo needs to look like this, it needs to be this size, you need to apply in this way. So we kind of get stuff together. So if somebody turns around and says, well, and turns you away, in theory, from the scam, it doubles down on the fact that you're going to come back to meet the requirements necessary to be scammed.
It is so interesting when the first meeting took place at a hotel in Dera. So when these people were coming for the meeting to meet these fake officers, so there were some police cars parked outside, maybe some patrolling or something. Said, you see these police cars outside? I said, yeah, this is for us because your part is the protocol.
Right.
So people fell for it. They thought it's for real. So fool me once, fool me twice.
I mean, that's dreadful.
And of course, greed does play a huge role in it.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, I sympathize with the victims, but as I said, if you're being offered 36% in a year, or 70% or 80%, it's not possible. No business can give you this kind of return.
Well, it's the old thing, isn't it? I mean, we talk to financial advisors quite a lot on this program, and it's the usual line is, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. But it's very hard. Your judgment is clouded, isn't it? When you think, I could make this and I could do this and I could do. You can understand.
And this is what these scammers do. I remember back in the day, I think there was a company, Sunfeast Infotech. So what they did was, it had a very simple scam, but the brilliance of it was so good. So what they did was that they said, come to our office, we'll hand you a USB, and you have to pay 500 dirhams for the USB.
Okay.
There are some documents in it. They're in PDF format. You have to type it in Word document and submit it back to us, and you get 1,000 dirhams.
I'm looking at you with suspicion.
Now, what happened was that when I went to their office,
Yeah.
you're not going to believe it. There used to be a queue of hundreds of people to get that USB, which they can type it out and then give it back and get 1,000. And people were not buying one USB, they were buying hundreds of them at one go because it's such a great opportunity. And because typing was expensive here, some people were so enterprising, they outsourced this to, they actually had contracted typing centers in India who were typing out this 6,000 residents of UAE fell for this scam.
Really?
Yeah. And of course, when the company collapsed and everybody was arrested. But it did not occur to them that why would they want to photocopy this thing and, type it out and give it back to them and make so much money. But they thought, they're doing something which is,
Well, it just looks like
a
a
task-based
procedure
thing,
again. Yeah.
like the same scams happens when you have these cyber frauds. So you get a message saying it's a task-based scam. They'll give you 4 pictures on your phone on WhatsApp. Eiffel Tower, Taj Mahal, Burj Khalifa, or the pyramids. Which one of them is Dubai?
Yeah.
Of course, Burj Khalifa. You click it, you get 200 dirhams. Oh, this is great. I mean, you have to use your brain. So initially what they do is that they keep on giving you money. But when you get the money, 200 dirhams, they'll ask you to show proof that you got the money.
Yeah.
What will they ask you to do is that they will ask you to share your bank statement. Now, when you do that, or a transaction amount,
Yeah.
when you do that, it will show that if you had 100,000 dirhams in your account, and you say, oh, now you have 200 more. So now they know how much you have. So what they will do is that they keep on giving you money, and then they'll say, oh, there is this great opportunity today. You can double your money, but you have to pay so much money as participation fees. And there you go.
I've learned much
very
more
inventive.
What it is I don't have any respect for it, but I kind of look at it and I think that's really smart the way you've done that, and I don't mean to apply kind of any sense of awe over this. You've done this for a long time, and you've won awards for the work that you do as an investigative journalist. You've done undercover work as well. I'm wondering, as much as I'm interested in the scams themselves and the way these schemes work, I'm also interested in how on earth did you get into this? Because this is fraught with potentially danger for yourself, isn't it?
It is absolutely, because when I came to Dubai back in 2005, I realized that while we had stories about the best brunches in town and all of those things, no one was doing this kind of stories.
Yeah.
That's okay. Let me try to push the envelope and do something which is. And I was told, oh, you cannot do this kind of thing here. This is Dubai. But it's okay. Let's try it out.
Had you done it before?
In India, I used to do some stories,
Right.
but not of this magnitude.
Right.
What I see also is that a lot of time there are self-censorship. People, newspapers and journalists are wary of, raising the bar.
Yeah.
But it can be done. And there are many stories. I'm not a fan of undercover journalism or sting operations, but sometimes you have to do it. I remember one of the big exposes that we uncovered was there was a company which had 30 million subscribers, which is more than the population of many countries. So it was a job portal, and again, it was stroke of genius. So what they did was they had a portal advertising jobs. So they used to put up fake jobs on the websites. These jobs never existed.
Okay.
Suppose they put up a job for a radio jockey here on the website, and of course you would want to apply. So the moment you apply, they will charge you $200 or something, and then they will say, oh, you'll arrange an interview with you.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. But for the interview to be fast-tracked, you have to pay $100 more. Fine. So the interview is set up. Now, if the candidate has applied from, I don't know, India or Pakistan or Lebanon, he will get a call from the same number that you have here. So they have something called ID spoofing. So, okay, you're getting a call from Dubai. What they were also doing is that they had people in their call centers speaking different accents. And they even had the names of the HR heads. So they will conduct the interview on the phone, and then they'll say, oh, you're very good, and then they'll offer you a job. Now comes the second stage of the scam. At this stage, they'll say, look, your interview has gone very well. We are okay to hire you. This is your offer letter. Now you have to pay money to process your documents. So from each person, they were making, again, it was mostly volume. So how we uncovered this, I made a CV that I want to apply as a chef. In the CV, I wrote, I'm the dumbest chef in the world. My food has caused food poisoning. And I serve recycled crap to my guests. The dumbest CV ever. But I knew that they will not be looking at my CV. They're just interested in my money. And then I paid the money, $200 or whatever it was, and I sent my CV to these companies. And of course, in 36 hours, all the top restaurants in Dubai wanted to hire me. I got a call from the biggest hotels in Dubai. Of course, these calls were not from the hotel, but from these companies wanting to hire me. So when we uncovered this scam, and then the police raided this company, this was back in India, but they were targeting UAE residents. Everybody was arrested, and it was one of the biggest scams because then they found out that they had cheated almost 500,000 people. It was crazy. The amount that they recovered from them was into millions of dollars.
Well, how do you feel when you uncovered this? I mean, I don't know how many times you've actually been able, at least you're uncovering it. That's the main thing, of course, but I don't know how many times you've been able to actually help or see people being helped. But again, how does it make you feel when you uncover these things? What's the emotion?
No, it is very satisfactory, especially when you see as a journalist, our job ends at writing a story.
Yeah.
I mean that there's whether the action takes place over it or not is beyond our area of influence. But yes, it is very gratifying when we see our work, leading to crackdowns and reforms. So, or maybe creating awareness. So every time we do a story, we get hundreds of emails saying, "Oh, thank you so much." Like we did a story on the nightclub scam, and that is another big thing. So what is happening is that people go on these dating apps, hook up with someone, and whoever they hook up with, they'll not invite you to a coffee shop or to
a restaurant, wherever.
Yeah, they invite you to specific nightclubs in Dubai. And when you go there thinking, oh, you have a great date. So by the time you finish, you have a bill of 6,000, 7,000 dirhams.
Okay.
And then the woman, your partner, she says, oh, can I use the washroom? And then she disappears. And you're left with a bill of 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. And we started getting these complaints in huge numbers. And then we identified these, and now, of course, there was a crackdown recently.
Wow. So, but that's just a scam for having a really expensive, nice night out that somebody else pays for. I mean, it's dreadful, of course.
Yeah.
But
no, it is very heartening to see when something like this happens. But it is. I mean, it also has its challenges because defamation is a criminal offense, and many a times these companies, because the kind of money they have, they try to intimidate you. Try to file cases against you.
Well, that's also an interesting aspect to this, because that's I guess a huge part of this job. The risk that you run to yourself in terms of intimidation, or I'm going to report you to the authorities. You go through that. I know you've been to hell and back, haven't you? In some ways.
Yeah, I mean it's hard for my family. I mean they don't have to go through this.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You've exposed a huge number of criminals, Mazhar. I know that. Just from your own observations, what kind of psychological traits or methods do you see among maybe the more high level, if that's even the right way to phrase it, fraudsters? What are the traits that make them so successful at manipulating?
See, all of them use the same playbook, whether it is Ruja Ignatova, the missing crypto queen who disappeared with $4.5 billion, or to these scammers like this blue chip guy. They all follow the same pattern, whether it was Sidney Limos, who was sentenced to 517 years in Dubai jail for running a forex scheme. We uncovered that scam as well. So, a glamorous lifestyle, thanks to Instagram, so we uncovered a story. We have not written about it yet. So this guy, what he does, he took a rented Rolls Royce, went to one of the fancy villas in Palm Jumeirah, loaded his car with some luggage, and took a picture of himself saying bye-bye to this house where I lived for so many years and to moving to new ventures and all of that. And people thought that this is his Rolls Royce and this is his house. And he used that picture to... So again, as I said, what is also happening is that a lot of people, what they see on social media, they think it's real. People project their lifestyle as such, especially on social media, Instagram. Successful lifestyle, Rolls Royce, and then people don't have any understanding of things like blockchain and metaverse and cryptocurrency. You have no idea of how it works, but still people fall for it.
Yeah.
So again, when they offer returns which are too good to be true, and if the scheme does not make sense to you, just stay away. Also, a lot of peer pressure happens.
Well, I imagine. Yeah. I mean, that's all part of manipulation, isn't it? That kind of peer pressure thing. But it's that. It's just so. It's so insidious in so many ways. It's so kind of personally disappointing to me that this even happens. But it does. People fall for it all the time.
Yeah.
There's nothing new really here, is there? It's wrapped in a new bow.
Absolutely. And some of them are so bizarre. Like, I remember some Michelin star chefs came to our office, and what they had fallen for was something called Eminoon scam. I said, what the hell is Eminoon scam? How does it work? So what it was like you have Pokemon cards. So some guy had came with something called Eminoon cards. So how it worked was that it's very complicated. I couldn't understand. But what I could understand is that if you have two Eminoon cards and you mate them, you have something called baby moon cards. And this baby moon cards will give you immense power in the metaverse, and then you can do I don't know what. Now try explaining this to a police officer. 60 million was lost to this scam. I mean, it is bizarre.
I suppose there was a time a couple of years ago when the metaverse was everything. I still don't really know what the metaverse was, if I'm completely honest with you. But I think but that's kind of really good advice, isn't it? And you said this just now. It's just kind of comes to me. If you don't understand something, or something can't be relatively easily explained to you, then it's probably good advice to not put any money into it. That's kind of I suppose the really simple advice, isn't it?
Absolutely. Also, a lot of these individuals or companies, just to lend themselves credibility, they buy awards. Now, awards is a big business in Dubai, and it's everywhere in the world. So you pay money and you get an award. And this award gives them some kind of credibility. So, a glamorous lifestyle, some fake awards, pictures of them hobnobbing, couple of articles here and there. That's it.
And it's just, but perception is not reality, is it? So,
and of course, word of mouth also happens, because if they are giving good returns to someone for a few months, and then that someone is going to tell to somebody else, and then what they do is that they have relationship managers who they get incentivized big time. They have no understanding of the scheme, but they go out to hard sell it.
It's amazing what we do for money, isn't it, I suppose? Let's look at advice that you have. You've got more experience than most in this kind of field, I suppose. Is there any one, I mean, there are a number of red flags, I guess, but is there anything that you've come across that you could point to where you think that's always something you should be wary of? That's an immediate red flag.
I think it's the same advice that has been told repeatedly. It's too good to be true. So I don't want to reiterate it. But it is common sense. I mean, if someone is offering you so much returns, I mean, it's not possible. I mean, no business unless you're doing drugs or God knows what. I mean, there's no way you can get this kind of money.
Yeah.
And especially there's nothing tangible. Okay, real
Well, it's
estate.
also if you don't know the person.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, I've only met you. I've met you twice. Once today. Once you were in here. Previously, I've only met you then. So
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I don't know you from anybody. But you know, I know what you do, and I know of your reputation. But when you meet somebody who's really friendly, hey Tim, how you doing? Really nice to see you. And you're thinking, something is off here.
Yeah. Also, because of the Dubai being a glamorous city and a kind of lifestyle that people live and aspire to lead,
Right.
so that is also does make an effect because everybody wants to become rich quickly. So there is no easy way to make money. I mean, it's always the hard way.
Unfortunately, no.
Yeah.
I haven't discovered it. That's for sure. It's some more practical kind of advice from you because obviously you're in touch with the authorities about the scams and you're aware of the procedures. If someone is listening or watching this now and they think, look, I've been targeted in some way, or I've been I've been made party to scam, I'm a victim. What should they do? In terms of next steps to take this to the authorities.
See, as I said, money lost to these Ponzi schemes and cyber frauds are difficult to recover, especially because a lot of money is moved through crypto wallets and they're moved abroad very quickly. So, especially with pig butchering scams that happens all the time, it's difficult for anyone to trace the money. So, its prevention is better than cure. So, don't let it go to that step where you have lost money, because, as I said, I mean, the biggest challenge now with money lost to financial scams is that you have to pay 6% money as court fee to recover your money.
Right. Yeah.
So that's like putting good money on bad money. So and then of course if the money has gone, the likelihood of you running is, and then you have to pay for court fees and all of that. So don't let it snowball to that place. Try to be alert. Dubai police, every few days they issue advisories. Ministry of Interior has just issued advisory about being careful of investment scams. Abu Dhabi government. I mean, authorities are doing so much work to create awareness. It's just that people have to be more cautious and they have to read, not just fall for what they see on social media. So I think that's the key thing. People don't read. Even though we write so many articles about, people still fall for these scams.
Yeah, I'm so with you on that. And then, to be fair, there are lots of advisories written by the likes of the central bank or the ministries or the police or the banks are constantly sending
Like with
out,
Forex, for
beware.
instance, the regulatory body here is ESCA.
Yes.
So they keep on telling people, okay, only if the company is registered with ESCA, then you should otherwise stay away. Because if you are regulated in some Saint Lucia or Vincent Island or Comoros Island, how are you going to get the money back?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? Yeah. How are you? Investigative journalism, the kinds of things that you do, it relies on, bizarrely in this case, it relies heavily on trust. It relies on tips, doesn't it, I guess. How could anybody listening or watching this get in touch with you or the team at Khalij Times if they've got information or something that they would like you to
sure.
follow
They
up
can
on?
reach by email mazhar@khalijtimes.com.
Okay.
It's very simple. So although we do get a lot of tip-offs and emails every day.
Yeah.
I promise to look into them.
Well, you
It's
get to
gonna
work.
take-
You said you get to work in the morning. There's 20, 25 emails there. There's 5 people
Yeah,
in
I
the
know.
waiting room
I know.
outside.
It,
kind of thing.
by the time you start looking into it, by the next week there are about 100 of them now.
Really?
And people, then the same people start messaging you and saying, "Oh, you're not doing your job." They must understand that, we can only do so much.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have to also prioritize and.
Yeah. Okay. It's fascinating, Maz. It really is. I'm just. I don't really have any words left, to be honest with you. Some of these things, some of the things that people are falling for, and you can see why, I think, in so many cases that people do. Masar Faruqi is an investigative journalist. He's with Khalij Times, regular visitor here to Mira Business FM, and I hope that will continue. It's been,
Lovely talking to you.
it's been good talk to you. Thank you for joining us. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
How do you take this conversation and move it into actual something that we can physically see to better improve Dubai as a city?
Definitely. I think quality of life for us at the Dubai Future Foundation is at the core of our priorities. And building for societies and understanding what societies want is kind of at the utmost priority, I'd say, for what we do. So what we do here today, I think, is a great way for us to connect with like-minded people, to understand people's priorities, to understand what they're working on. First of all, are we on the right track? That's what we want to understand. Do we have the right partners, and can we build new partners? And can we get support to bring these ideas to life? The work that I do with the Dubai municipality is something that's coming to life, but we're looking to our partners to scale that project all around the city. Hopefully.
We saw just the other day as well, Dubai municipality announcing that they want to make Dubai by 2033 the most livable city in the world. How important are events like this at Urban Future Week, whereby you're having those conversations to essentially implement what it needs to take to become the most livable city in the world?
I think what this event does really well is bring this community together. The architects, the designers, the landscape architects, the engineers, and so on, coming together to really help and understand where the vision of Dubai is going. You're getting the private sector to design something, or the public sector to design something, or even community to understand that we can bring all of these ideas together towards a certain vision and goal. And hopefully that's the goal and vision, is livable city, most livable city in the world. I think with the climate that we're seeing, the impact of that climate, the more that we can design a city for people is the better.
When we talk a lot about future cities, they're often framed highly around tech in particular. But how do you kind of ensure that innovation serves people, not just efficiency or spectacle, which we often see in Dubai? I think
that's one of the biggest uncertainties we've seen in the work that we do at the Dubai Future Foundation is, will innovation help us be a lot more, bring more value to our society, or will it just focus on efficiency and making sure that we are much more efficient, doesn't bring our society to life? But I think at the core of everything that we do at the Dubai Future Foundation with our work on AI, on research and development, is the designing better societies, better services, better cities for people. That's our focus here.
The Dubai Future Foundation, and you in your role in particular, you often speak about foresight, as you absolutely would. But kind of which global trends in urban living or community have you guys seen that you think Dubai is best place to lead on? What have you taken from around the world?
People are
and
talking about
implemented it here?
climate resilient cities, and cities are going through climate change. Dubai goes through, as you might know, extreme heat in the summer. But we are a city that lives in the summer and thrives in the summer. Our beaches are still busy. Our business still thrives. Our malls are still busy. People are in schools, in universities, at work, and so on. It doesn't stop. I think a lot of cities around the world can learn from that. How can you be, with a lot more cities reaching a lot higher temperatures, is how can you still function? How can you build a city that is still resilient to climate and climate change? I think Dubai is the perfect place to showcase that success.
And are you noticing that now, Abdulaziz, that this Dubai in particular is not a seasonal country anymore?
No longer. It's not even a transient city.
Yeah.
It's a city. We used to think that you will have, like, even from a traffic perspective, it used to be busy at certain stages of the day. It's busy throughout the day. It's busy throughout the week. It's busy throughout the month, busy throughout the year. That's what we've been seeing. People are looking to Dubai as a great model of what a city should be and could be.
But how much has the urban development of Dubai helped that? How much has it aided it to become a 365-day?
It's people look
city?
for a city that can help them thrive and that builds opportunity for them. From a business perspective, we've done that, we've cracked that. But I think there's a lot more development to go to the kind of the soft elements of the city. From the run clubs in the morning over Kite Beach to people playing paddle till the middle of the night. I think developing a lot of that soft skills of what makes a city beautiful is at the core of what we're doing right now.
I mentioned it in the panel, but I spoke a little bit about how, Dubai has always been the city and maybe has a bit of an identity to it of being the biggest, the best, the first, and really kind of pushing the glass ceilings and breaking those barriers. Has that mindset changed a little bit? Is Dubai being a bit more thoughtful about how it's developing communities, how people can actually live in these communities now, or has that always been there?
That's always been there. Being thoughtful about why you wanted to build the city, why you wanted the biggest mall and the tallest tower, was going back to our leadership. They wanted the best city in the world. And we wanted to be bold with our ideas so people and the talent that's coming to Dubai and the people that are living in Dubai understand that that city will do the impossible to make it sure it's the best city in the world.
I want to take you 15 years down the line to an Urban Future Week in 2040. One, what will that actually look like in your mind? What kind of Willy Wonka ideas do you have to make a 2040 Urban Future Week? But also, what kind of emotional or social experience do you want residents of Dubai to feel when they walk through Dubai streets?
I think we need to focus on ensuring we're a lot more human, and I think that will be the case, hopefully. I think from a well-being perspective, doubling down on what well-being means at the personal level, at the community level, at the country and the city level, I think that's our second. And make sure that there's a great work-life balance. Dubai is fast, and it's pushing people to reach their utmost potential, but ensuring we go back and ensure that we have a work-life balance is key in providing great opportunities for work. And I think technology can create more efficiency than that, so people can start enjoying their lifestyle more.
By then it will be flying taxis,
Hopefully, but I think in the end there'll be humans flying in these taxis, going to see their loved ones somewhere and skipping traffic, hopefully.
I just want to ask one final question, Abdulaziz, a bit about what's attracting people to Dubai. We've seen, particularly over the last few years, this huge pull factor of particularly ultra high net worths, millionaires, people moving their family offices here, but also people wanting to come here for a better quality of life as well. How much of a role do you think has the urban development, urban planning, the future foresight and vision that Dubai has when it comes to urbanization had in making those people want to come here, not just for the reason that everyone talks about, tax, but actually making this a better place to live?
I think it goes back to the number one thing that makes Dubai a city like no other is the safety. Everything is designed with safety in that, and that you will not have to worry about the safety of kids, the safety of yourself and your family and your community. I think as much as we start designing and ensuring that safety gets better and better and better, Dubai will always be a talent magnet for that. People want to feel safe in every part of that and every meaning of that word, and that's what Dubai allows that.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. On the website, mirabusiness.fm. You could be watching there or on YouTube or across social media. You can download the podcasts. Pretty much everything we do is podcast, video and audio. So join us. Let us know what you think. We always appreciate a thumbs up or a subscribe. And it would be good to hear from you. info@mira.fm is the email address to get in touch with us here. But also you can WhatsApp. And very simply, whatsapp.mira.fm should bring up the dialogue box. Now, next on the morning drive, we're going to head back into a topic that's shaping the future of, I think it's fair to say, every industry: artificial intelligence. And obviously the accompanying data. Now, from game-changing announcements in 2025 to what businesses might expect next year in 2026, we're unpacking the trends that are set to redefine growth, customer engagement, and innovation. And joining us to break it all down is AI and data expert Vasudha Khandapakar, who has been at the forefront of building data teams and scaling AI capabilities across industries worldwide. Vasudha, it's good to be talking to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
You're very welcome. It's good to have you with us. I thought we could start, if you don't mind, by kind of reflecting back on this year, key kind of AI and data milestones. Really difficult question to start, I'm afraid, but I guess we got to start somewhere. So what were the most, do you think, transformative AI announcements this year, and why do those announcements matter so much for business?
I think if I reflect back on the year, there would be the announcements, I can distill them down into a few of them that really sort of made a huge impact for me, particularly given the industry sectors that I look at, as well as, looking into the future. And I think one of them is definitely I think everybody is aware of, the hype around NVIDIA, what's going on with GPUs, what's going on with chips. So I think what's been really, really interesting to note and to see, not just in the UAE, but across the GCC as a whole, is that ability to get a hold of GPUs, get a hold of that compute power, if you call it that, where we're not just set for now, but we also can scale very easily as a region. I think that for me is paramount. I think number two, from a financial services perspective, was definitely the announcement of the digital dirham, where the impact, I think, can be felt very quickly and very far and wide across the UAE, because it's now we've got rails which allow us to, pay people, salary transfers, interactions with money become so much smoother, so much quicker. And I think that's very, very important. And I think as a parent, for me, bringing up kids here in the UAE, the third announcement has to be the inculcation of AI curriculum into schools, because we're not just building an infrastructure that is working for businesses, but if you think about it, we're also building a workforce that is ready to leverage these technologies, that is ready to use all of these to build the country in a much faster and a much better fashion in the future.
Which industries do you think, and I guess I'm talking about this year once again, but I guess this is also a slightly broader question as well. Which industries have seen the fastest adoption of AI, do you think, Vasudha? And what lessons can, other industries learn from that?
I think the two industries that kind of stand out are undoubtedly, sort of the regulated ones. So financial services and healthcare. And I think they have grown leaps and bounds. And I think the one thing that other industries can also pick up is, if you look at a regulated industry, the impact of getting it wrong is enormous, because one mistake can impact lives in ways that you haven't thought about yet. And that's the reason why the regulated healthcare is regulated, financial services is regulated. But the advantage that these industries have is that they've got data and they're using what they already have. They're using the knowledge that they already have and they're building on that. And they're making not sort of step change improvements, but they're making small improvements and they're building them up to show the scale of the impact. And I think that is important. You don't need to do a big bang with AI anymore. Pick one thing and do it well. Fix one problem, and the impact that it has is huge. And I think that is something that a lot of businesses can take with them, is you don't need to fix your entire customer journey in one go. You don't need to fix, say, fraud pipelines in one go. You can pick out one aspect of that pipeline, fix it, use AI to make it faster, make it smoother, and the impact is felt all through the chain. And I think that's what banking or financial services as a whole, and even healthcare as a whole, have done. They've not gone and said, hey, we're going to fix everything to do with this particular care pathway. We're going to say, look at radiology scans, and we're going to try and say predict how we can find breast cancer markers sooner. And that's great, because it's picked one very specific problem and solved for one very specific question. And that's had a huge impact. And that's the same thing that you can see in financial services, where if you look at fraud, they are picking up small transactions, they're picking up different transactional patterns, and they're just looking at the ways in which customers interact with money, and they're using that to make a decision in terms of whether that could be fraudulent or not. And that then has an impact across the pipeline, because while you can think about AI as having an impact in a game-changing way, which is what people understand today because of the LLMs that they interact with, like ChatGPT, Gemini, etc. The one thing that tends to get forgotten is how is it getting used? It's not getting used in a big bang way. It's getting used to make these small changes, which ultimately have a huge impact, whether it's on productivity, whether it's on efficiency, or whether it's on cost reduction. And ultimately, I think what's going to be important in the future is, once you've realized all those efficiencies, how do you start generating more revenue for the business in itself?
I think that's a really salient point you make there, because it's as though the last couple of years have been all about, our AI capabilities, and it's AI this and it's AI that. And I've felt a little bit at a point where if I never hear that phrase AI capability once again, it will be too soon, kind of thing. And I think it's almost as though we're past that. AI is embedded now. It would be odd if organizations, businesses, us as people weren't embedding AI or using AI to our advantage. Let's look at implications for growth in business terms. How are organizations using and leveraging data so that they can really enhance customer experience and, following that, really drive business growth?
I think where businesses are using, it's not just the data that they have. I think what's important to understand is also the knowledge that the business has about its customers. And that's where you actually see the magic happen when it comes to AI. Because you not just have what someone's doing, but you also know why they've done it. And you can then turn around and go, hey, actually, I don't need to give this product or service to this customer. What they actually need is a slight variation of this. And then for me as a business, I can make a decision on whether, the economics of offering that product makes sense. So say in banking terms, if you're offering remittances to customers, you can offer different remittance rates, you can offer different, currency exchange rates. But ultimately, if you know that a customer is always only going to do it once a month, and there is a specific reason as to why they're doing it in terms of, say, paying bills in their home country, you can almost tell them that, as you've got a payment infrastructure here for your bills, I can offer that to you. It's understanding the customer, understanding their intent, which has become so much easier. And actually, that intent is not as easily visible in the data, but it is visible in the individuals who've been interacting with that data. So I think what's really, really important for the future is, while you've got that data and you will always struggle with legacy systems, don't forget that you've also built up a data team or a set of individuals who know that data inside out. And I think in the quest for leveraging AI and making sure that AI brings efficiencies to data teams in particular, we often forget that there is so much knowledge residing in data teams that we sort of ignore them at scale sometimes.
Let's have a look ahead at 2026. So here comes the future question. Be ready. What trends in data and what trends in AI should businesses be preparing for over the next 12 months, or looking towards the next 12 months?
I think there'll definitely be, as I said, those micro elements. So where we are, and let's take LLMs to start with. Instead of building these large scale programs which look at data overall across the globe in some instances, as say a ChatGPT would do, I think what businesses are going to do is they're going to build something that's a lot more private and a lot more tuned towards their own data and their own infrastructure. And that can be a lot more powerful because then you don't get aspects like hallucinations coming in, and you don't get your outputs being muddied by inputs from other sources which may not be as relevant to you. Then I think there is a lot of influx of things like AI co-pilots, which will come into the equation across sectors, across industries, and irrespective of which side of the fence you're on, whether you're the business or whether you're the customer interacting with that business. I think it will be hugely important to understand that it may not always be a human that you're interacting with at the other side of the fence, whether it is the recommendation of the product that's coming to you, or whether it's the agent who's speaking to you on chat when you're speaking to, say, your bank or another organization. What I think will also start impacting a lot of students, schools, universities and it's happening already, is where say students are using a lot of AI to respond to a lot of their assignments. I think what we'll start finding is AI is becoming more central to some of the education that's being provided today, and teachers encouraging the incorporation of these tools into how students respond, how students learn the data, because it allows them to learn at their own pace and also understand in a way that traditional education might not be able to explain it to them in. And I think these are a few things to sort of keep in mind. And I think it's important because as you have new workforce coming in, a workforce that's hugely used to using tools like say a GPT or a Copilot to do their work, these are the individuals who are coming into the workforce. So how do you leverage their knowledge of the front end AI systems to improve workflows within your organization? And as a consumer, how do you then know how best to extract the value that you need from the business or the product that you're buying into?
How do you, I mean, this is kind of a side question really, but how do you moderate the use of AI when it comes to education? Because there are obviously the dangers there of AI doing a little bit more than, just becoming a little bit more than just being a tool that we harness, in that, AI could effectively, in some cases, write that essay for you, solve that issue, that problem for you at school. How do you balance that equation?
I read something. I read an example of what a teacher back in a school in the US, and that's actually something that I use with my kids. It resonated with me quite a lot. Obviously, I can write your essays for you. Obviously, it can give you solutions to the problems. But as somebody who consumes AI on a regular basis, and I'm sure this is true of everybody who's listening right now, you've noticed when it makes a mistake. You know when it's not quite right. So what I do with my kids is I say, it's fine. It's a free for all. You can use whatever you want to use. You can do whatever you want to do. You can solve the problem, however, but I want you to find one mistake. And I want you to go and prove to me why it's a mistake. And it could be something as simple as, ChatGPT telling them 1 + 1 = 5, or it could be, an error that it's made in a historic fact, which has been debunked, but that source was, say, not available to the algorithm when it was being tuned. And what they've then sort of learned to realize is as the outputs are coming out, don't trust it 100%. Apply your own thinking. Why is something correct? Why is it saying this? And, query it. Go dig, go find your own facts, go search and, understand why it's saying something in the way that it's responding to you. And whether you're using it to, say, find code, or whether you're using it to find the answer to a complicated maths problem, or even write an essay for you, the answer is going to be a guide. you are still the one who's going to have to go and fact check it. You're still going to have to go and find out whether or not there is an error in what it's given you. And you have to do that for yourself. You have to ask those questions. You have to build that critical thinking ability. It's not going to be given to you. You have to know that there are errors, and those errors will be, can be found. And I show them these things where, I've done some research using an LLM, and I've said, okay, please give me the links to each of those sources. And more often than not, those links don't even exist. They're phantom links. The LLM is hallucinated. And I show them these things. I said, look, I know that these are typically where hallucinations happen, and this is how I tend to problem solve for them. And they then start using that and go, okay, fine, show me where this fact has been proven. And, if they can't find the link, then they know that it's an error, and then they go and find the answers themselves. And I think it's important to build that in as well, because let's all be honest, irrespective of whether you're a college student or somebody trying to draft a complicated email at work, you're definitely trying to go and use sort of Copilot or GPT or Gemini to do some of the heavy lifting for you. What's important is we don't lose our ability to think in the bargain.
This is the thing, isn't it? I guess if you use AI sensibly, you should be able to create whatever you're creating without AI. So it's finding that balance somewhere. At some point, I guess we're going to have the perfect formula for that. Fingers crossed, I hope, at least. Let me just ask you about any emerging technologies. Technology moves so fast, I can't keep up. I don't think many people can keep up. But any emerging technologies and tools that are set to perhaps redefine or refine even data-driven decision-making? Anything coming?
There's a lot that's happening in terms of tools, technologies that will come in. I think, like I mentioned earlier, the private sort of LLMs, AI tools that businesses are building in-house will be very important. And the reason it's important is because a lot of these algorithms rely on recall. And now, instead of recalling from global information, they're recalling from local information, which then becomes very important. And actually, you see iterations of these in the government bodies here in the UAE. So DLD, for example, has their own chatbots and their own knowledge management systems that sit on top of their policies. And where, if you ask their chatbot internally within the website, it actually pulls out that relevant policy and translates it for you in a manner where it is only relying on the policies within land departments. So I think these kinds of iterations, these micro implementations of AI will start becoming very important. And I think from a broader perspective, which impacts businesses irrespective of scale, will start becoming things like, autonomous analysis. And I think we're seeing small iterations of those already coming out, where businesses are not really building and scaling, say, AI teams or data teams. They're building blocks. It's almost like, think about it like a construction site. You don't sort of construct, 100-story building up front. They've got the foundations, they've got the data rails, and instead of sort of building an entire data team or AI team, they're building small foundational elements. They're using tools to give them the analysis of their customers, analysis of operational behavior through the tools, rather than doing it through a data team. And I think that's very important, because you can analyze data immediately. It becomes a lot more important. You can start triggering actions a lot quicker than a human can intervene as well. But what then becomes very important is that understanding of the data. And I think related to that is where you've got that agent human interaction, which will start becoming more important in 26 as we sort of go into it, cleaning the data, running some of the analysis, triggering any alerts. And I think that will also come to the forefront. And I think finally, in terms of banking, fintech, that still hasn't quite touched the scale that it can achieve, but we're moving at a very, very fast pace. So you've got a lot of sort of instantaneous settlements. You'll have programmable rails that will come up and become available for institutions here, and I think it'll almost set the benchmark for for, sort of global payments and the way the payments ecosystem will need to work based on what's happening here in the UAE. And, things like compliance checks, fraud checks, transparency, all starts becoming very, very quick and very, very easy. And I think for me, these would be sort of the 4 or 5 things that are all sort of intertwined, but really are exciting elements to look forward to next year.
Can we look very quickly at just specifically, leadership in business, and then some practical advice for businesses as well? How should business leaders structure their teams so that they can get, the maximum possible value from AI and data initiatives? And also, if I can kind of tack on to that, what skills are going to be most in demand next year for professionals in data and in AI?
I think the 3 sort of most common problems that you would see across any organization here in the region, particularly, is that you've got a legacy infrastructure. So you've got your data sat in systems which don't quite interact with the modern sort of AI-driven technology that is available, and businesses and leaders often want to use. So I think the key is understanding that infrastructure is going to be key, and the modernization of infrastructure is absolutely key in sort of building and deploying AI. There's no point in having a full-fledged AI team when they can't leverage or build any of those tools given the infrastructure that they have, which is then why data engineering and engineering teams become very, very important. And that's almost the foundational element that businesses leaders need to have to make sure that the infrastructure is usable. And it needs to be usable today because, as you pointed out earlier, it's changing so quickly that there's no point in building something that's perfect for the AI implementations that you need today. You need to think about how you would be using them, say, in 3-5 years. Somebody who can build you the scaffolding very, very quickly that allows you to build the AI systems and then move on. That's the kind of data and engineering team that you need. Then you kind of move on to the teams that are actually building you those AI products, almost, if you will. So do you need analysts? Do you need data scientists? Do you need, AI engineers? And that then sort of starts becoming the next layer that you build on. So how are you actually driving value from data? The value from data doesn't only come from your AI teams, it comes across multiple teams. And again, that's where the test and learn mindset also comes in. Can your, analysts who are using machine learning algorithms, or people who are doing, sort of simple, this is the state of affairs with your customers today. What is the value that they're generating for you? And what is the value that the AI teams can bring into the equation? And I think underpinning all of this, Tim, I think, as you've also said, is this huge element of change. Everything is changing at such a fast pace. I go to sleep and then I wake up in the morning and there's something new that's been launched. Now, for me, I can kind of draw the parallels, but then as a business leader, what's important to understand is that same pace of change that's hitting you is also hitting your teams and your customers. How do you speak to them? And how do you scale in a way that takes your customers and your teams on that journey with you? I'm not saying that your entire team or all your customers will join you on that journey, but that change management and the change enablement is something that is key and often forgotten in a lot of organizations. So how do I empower my teams to leverage AI? How do I empower my teams to build some of these, really game-changing tools? At the same time, how do I also give them the space to sort of learn and be okay with the fact that things are changing and they're changing at this pace? I think those, for me, would be the 3 key things in terms of structuring teams as well as building strategy that work for the organization, leverage data, and sort of take customers on that journey with you. And I think what's key to understand is if you fall on any one of these aspects, the foundation, the product teams, or this change management, what lands up happening is you get stuck in this constant loop of pilots. I've built this really great product, but I'm not able to scale it. And if you really want to realize value from AI, you need to make sure that all of these 3 elements work well, and work well together.
getting the basics right. What about in terms of the skills, Vasudha, that you think are going to be most in demand for in 2026? I probably tacked two questions together there that didn't need to be tacked, but what do you think about skills?
I think from a skills perspective, it's individuals who can almost be those AI product owners. So people who can build you that entire product from pilot all the way to scale. So someone who can manage it. Think about it, if you're launching, say, a new perfume, you would have somebody who's managing the entire pipeline from choosing what it smells like to the packaging to the bottling to making sure it's manufactured. So you need that person who can look at it end to end and understand and make sure that they sort of problem solve as it goes as you're scaling your AI programs. You then, like I mentioned earlier as well, you need those foundational data engineering teams who can make sure that the infrastructure that you have and the data that is available within that infrastructure is consumable. So those are definitely two skills that become very, very important. I know that prompt engineering has been around for a long time and people want individuals who can write good prompts. And that I think will continue as we build different AI iterations. You will need different types of prompt engineering, and that will continue. What I also think is you will require a lot of sector expertise, whether it's financial services, whether it's healthcare, whether it's public services. You will need individuals who understand the industry, understand the complications in the industry that often get missed out in data. And I always say, I always give the example of, say you're trying to buy something or, you're booking a holiday, your child comes in at 11 p.m. because they've got a temperature. The first thing you do is not continue with your purchase. You put everything on the side, make sure that your child is okay, put them back to bed, sort them out, and you've probably sometimes even forgotten about what you were doing. And then you come back day later, you've got a discount code probably to complete that purchase, and that's what triggers you to make that purchase and complete it. Your child coming into the room and interrupting you is never going to get caught in the data pipeline. So it's people who understand the nuances. Why is it that people turn left instead of going straight at the lights? If you're looking at roads and transport, why is it that people still prefer to drive versus taking the metro? What is it that's not covered in the metro infrastructure? Why is it that people still prefer to send their remittances through one provider versus another provider? What is it that they're not getting in the services that you are providing? That sector expertise and the depth of understanding will start becoming very, very important. And all of these elements almost wrap up into just one key aspect: who can deliver the outcomes for you. It's no longer about pilots, because pilots exist across every organization and those have worked. It's now who can put a nice wrapper around these pilots, drive them, and achieve sort of key outcomes and value that organizations are really looking for from AI. Investments have been made. Now let's make sure that we get the value realization from it.
Couple of questions. Maybe actually just one more question for you. And this is, I'm just wondering if you can ruminate a little on this. But what about those of us at work who are still wary of AI, the implications of AI, just the thought of this looming intelligence there? How can companies best encourage their employees to embrace artificial intelligence? Because I think there's still trepidation. You can feel it with people.
So for me, I think when a team member, say for example, comes with this, the first question I ask them is, what is it that you're scared about? What is it that worries you about adopting this? And if I kind of think to the responses I get, there's obviously the job side of things. I mean, we work in data teams, we see how AI sort of changes the very nature of the work that you do. And I think it's important to understand why there is that trepidation. Is it going to become all consuming? Is it going to sort of lead you into the sci-fi movie territory? Is it the job, or is it something else? And it can range from I'm worried for my job, but if it is a tool, if it is a technology, if you're building a skill set that's going to be relevant for the future, or you're even a sector expert. You're, there is a place for you in this ecosystem, and there is a value that you bring to the table. And if it is, the whole sci-fi element, the human intervention in AI is still so important because, like I said, data is always only going to paint 80% of the picture, but that last mile 20% still requires human intervention, and that will always be important. The AI system only becomes better when it interacts with a human. So the more you embrace it, the more you interact with it, the more it becomes suitable for the purposes that you are building and you are developing. And I think that's important to understand. Why are you worried? What is it that's stopping you? And I've also had people who say, we come from a mindset where we've learned, and we need to be comfortable in terms of the technology that we're using, in terms of what we are, what we're bringing to, say, the workplace. We put ourselves out there as the experts, and if we are then relying on a technology, as we do with the college kids who use ChatGPT to write an essay, we often think of it as cheating, but that's not it. It's, I would say, think about it the other way. You've now got access to the best libraries in the world, giving you the best, the worst, the answers to experiments that have worked well, the answers to experiments that have failed. And you can use all of this knowledge to improve what you're doing. This is knowledge that you would never have at your fingertips before. So for me, it's always why. The first question is always why. Why are you worried about this? What is it that is stopping you from adopting this? And then speaking to that worry and understanding, how you sort of bring that to the table. And it's a good worry, because if you then say implement a chatbot for your customers, the chances are that customer also has the same worry. How can AI understand me better than a human can? Why should I rely on this AI implementation? So I think it's very important to acknowledge the fact that there is that trepidation, as you say, and bring it to the conversation as well. It is a very important part of the conversation, and we should definitely talk about it a lot more than probably we are talking about today, because that's some of the missing element in terms of why a lot of these AI programs are just not working.
It's been fascinating talking to you. It really has. AI and data in 2025 and what 2026 might hold in terms of AI and data. Vasudha Handapaka is an AI and data expert, over 15 years of international experience in various industries and functions. And I really appreciate you joining us this morning, Vasudha, on Mira Business FM.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure speaking with you.
Good to have you with us. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk. Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. Good morning to you. Hopefully you're with us on YouTube or via the website or via Daily Motion, wherever you're watching or listening from. You are welcome. It's cars now on the morning drive, Friday morning, just after 11 o'clock. Jacek Ziomek is with me. Jacek, nice to see you.
Thank you for having me again.
Good to have you back. Jacek runs X Motors in Al Quoz, which is essentially a supercar destination, really, isn't it? That was the way to put it. Yeah.
Hyper as well.
Super and hypercars. But you are in cars for how long? Longer than you can remember?
25 years.
25 years, okay. You wanted to say that under your breath there, didn't you? Like 25, something like 25 years. So where do we start today? Let me just ask you, very simple, what's going on this week in your...
Nothing special.
Really, nothing happening in
business
supercar?
as usual.
Really? Have you sold anything this week that excited, that you can tell us about? Has anything happened?
We're receiving a lot of inquiries, but we are focused mostly on preparing our showroom, to be honest.
Which you're building a new showroom at the moment, aren't you?
It's a long story, but...
there's an air of resignation there. There's a little bit of, I wish this was over.
It will happen for sure.
It will happen, okay. Any cars received this week that are exciting, interesting?
I'm not sure it was last week or this week, we received a new 911 GT3, 992.2.
That's the one that everybody loves.
With a beautiful color, which is, I don't remember how it calls, but I will show you later the photo.
Okay.
That's a fantastic car. But
what makes it a fantastic car? What excites people about the GT3?
GT and a Porsche.
GT and a Porsche, I suppose.
It's serious. It's not just a badge. Okay?
Yeah.
And also, it has only the rear-wheel drive.
Okay.
Which is a proper one. People are more excited here in the market by turbo. But turbo is four-wheel drive. It helps you to keep the control. But to keep a control on the GT car, it's not the reason to keep the car itself.
You need to wrestle a car a little bit.
You have to fight.
You have to fight the car.
You have to fight.
Yeah, okay. Not that we're advocating dangerous driving in any way, but that's, in a track, essentially a GT3 is a track.
And you
car,
have
isn't it?
here in the area, you have a beautiful 2 FIA-approved racing tracks, Yas Marina and the Dubai Autodrome. You can use these cars there in a safe way.
Yeah,
you can burn them to their end. To be honest.
I love the smile on your face. Look, there's an interesting story that you sent me through.
This is very interesting. If you will go to the Yas Marina on a track day, I think 80-90% of the cars there are Porsches.
There's no shortage of Porsches on the road here in the UAE, that's for sure.
The Porsche here, it's an obvious destination for the petrol head.
Yeah. That's certainly reasonable to say. Okay, so that's kind of you this week. Anything else this week you've got? Anything other, a little bit more exotic coming in? No?
We'll see.
Okay, I'll ask you again next week. I'm going to keep asking you till we
Many
get
things are promised, but it's too early to talk about it.
Okay, so no, you'd have to shoot me if you did tell me. I'm with you. You sent me a story this morning, and I hadn't seen this actually, and this is interesting. And it is from, let me just see, Economic Times, isn't it? But it's a story, it comes out of Norway. Chinese buses have a major security flaw, says the Oslo operator. So this is from Tuesday this week. Some electric buses from China have a flaw in that software could allow the manufacturer or nefarious actors, the less benevolent types, to take control of the vehicle. That's scary.
That's scary.
Really scary. So what did you think about this? How do you read this story?
I heard that they blocked everything. They're checking everything, but it's the same like the story we talked about a bit earlier today, right?
Yeah.
Whatever is coming from China, China is a very strict country in regulation, so you have to follow the government. And I think if you want to go out of the China as a big manufacturer, you have to give them everything which is possible from your product, which can be taken from all the surroundings. The cars, even the automatic cleaners, robots, cameras. So
So the standards extend across all of these particular.
Yeah.
So you're talking specifically about devices that have the ability to be online.
But if you take a closer look, we've heard also the same about the Tesla. The Elon can stop your car remotely.
I've heard that lots of times. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I'm not so deep in the software of the EVs, which is, honestly speaking, we spoke about EVs, right, before.
Yeah,
And
you're
in my
a big
opinion,
fan of the Tesla.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
I am. But I prefer let the Elon will stop my car, not the guys from China.
Okay. I mean, whoever stops your car.
Because his reason is mostly economic, okay? If I will pay everything, I don't think Elon will touch my car.
A reasonable assumption, I suppose. But what's interesting about this bus is, just let me go through the story a little bit here. Oslo's transport operator is a company called Ruter. And they tested 2 electric buses this summer, one built by China's Yutong, the other by the Dutch firm VDL. Now, the Chinese model featured a SIM card that allowed the manufacturer to remotely install software updates. So I can see the logic for that. You want to keep, the latest and the best in the car. However, that does offer vulnerability, doesn't it? It makes the system vulnerable. With the Dutch model, didn't have that capability. So I guess that's a manual upgrade system service that would be offered.
It means if you can upload the new software, you can change everything.
Well, exactly, yeah.
You can change, like they said, you can stop the car. They can take control.
But it can be looked at 2 ways, kind of. To be fair to Yutong and to VDL, the Dutch firm VDL, I guess, would upgrade the software by sending over an engineer, and I don't know how that works, or there would be some different capability. Whereas
of course,
the Chinese
company
would do this over the internet.
Of the procedure.
I don't know.
Right?
Yeah, procedure is the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly
We don't know. We don't know the details. We will know for sure, because once they started the subject, it will, I think, will be considered by other countries, companies, everything.
Well, it does. I mean, this opens the door, doesn't it, to suspicion around vehicles from, I guess, that particular
I
company.
heard the interesting podcast, but it's available only in my language. They're discussing last week, based on this article, about the other brands and the passenger cars, how it works, how it really works, because we don't know. The war is now about the software, not about the hardware. So finally, Elon allowed them to keep the Tesla data in the data centers in China.
Okay.
The most advantage of Tesla is the software and the data. They are chasing, but still not catching Tesla. I mean the EVs from China.
Yeah, well, you said
It's
that
not
last
about
week,
it's not about the battery capacity, the performance. Not about it.
Yeah.
It's about it what Tesla can do in the automated driving.
Well, that's something that we've been waiting for. He's been promising that for a long time. Obviously, I don't know quite where Tesla is with that at the moment, whether it is literally flicking a switch when regulations appear in the different countries that Teslas are being sold, or if it's, well, we haven't perfected it yet. We don't know there. What's interesting about this, though, is, when you buy a mobile phone and you sign up for Google, Apple, whoever it is, does anybody read, all the details of, of the data? Nobody reads that. And I guess, you jump into your shiny new car and you have to do something similar now with the screen in the center of the car. You have to click, tick in the box. Does anybody read that? Do we really know where our data is going, is the question.
You have to trust them.
That's the point. Yeah.
You have a multi-billion company like Tesla. You don't expect Elon will damage everything. But considering what happened with X, which is former Twitter, right?
Yeah.
He can do.
Well, you can question his motives in lots of ways. I don't know, but the point is here, there are so many different EV companies coming out of so many different nations.
Okay, but we can do.
You
can
have
do
to learn
this.
to trust or not, as it applies.
You don't know what is behind. You
well,
don't know
have
the
to-
brands. They don't have a real history. history.
Mm.
We don't know who's sitting behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the subsidiary is a government from China, right?
Mm.
So they are not selling the real product. They're taking some money from you as a customer, and some money from them. So it's split half, I think, or even more.
It's very hard to tell, and a lot of this is kind of going into conspiracy theory area, which I
it's
don't
not a
want to do.
conspiracy
but-
theory. Take a closer look at the mobile market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
They did before. They start selling very cheap mobiles.
Mm-hmm.
Now the prices for the top-notch models from Chinese manufacturers, the price is similar to Samsung or Apple, right? Even
They
higher.
are. They are. Well, you say that. I've just bought a new tablet from Honor, which is I think was a subsidiary of Huawei and is now kind of been spun off into its own brand. It's just an Android tablet that I use for making notes.
Some of
and
them
everything
cannot
else.
use the Android technology.
Some of them can't. This one can, but I have to say to you, price-wise, it wasn't particularly expensive. It was a good price. It's a new model. It's a reasonable chip, and it's really good. It really is.
That's good.
Very good.
I read the comparison of the new Xiaomi 17 Pro.
Yeah, yeah.
They changed the name to match the iPhone 17 Pro.
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
The battery is bigger than the iPhone has. Okay. But the performance is so good.
It's not there.
So, like we started about the cars, the software is everything.
Well, this is the thing now, and increasingly in cars, it really is a question of software. I've just put my Jeep in for a service, and it's currently up on a stand, and lots of stuff's happening to it. There's not a great deal of software in my Jeep. It's far too old for that. So I'm kind of happy about
That's
it.
why you asked me about the servicing the cars last time.
That's exactly why I did, yeah. But it is now very much a question of software, and that's a very different kind of mechanics. That's software mechanics.
There are no mechanics in this time.
It's totally different. Well, exactly the point, isn't it? Let me ask you some car stuff because there's some bits and pieces of news this week that I wanted to put to you. UAE news, really, a number of different things, and I wanted to start with the new FJ off-roader. Really, because I kind of have a vested interest in this, because I had a FJ Cruiser for some years, which I loved, and I think as an off-road vehicle, it's up there with the Jeep, with the Land Cruiser. It's effectively a very cheap Land Cruiser, the FJ Cruiser. It has most of the kind of the bolted-on off-road bits. But have you seen the new one that's coming out?
No.
Okay, well, it's kind of like a scrunched together.
Okay.
It's almost like a giant has kicked a Land Cruiser into a wall, a Prado into a wall, and sort of squashed it a bit. It's kind of like that, in a way.
Basing on the Toyota experience,
Yeah.
and what they did before, I don't think it will be worse than previously. So
You don't
it
think
could
so?
be only better and better, I think.
What's your opinion on Toyota cars?
Reliable,
Mm-hmm.
period.
Okay, that's all you have to say. No, you're not really excited by them, are you? But they hold their value well, and they tend to work for years. Is that fair? Yeah,
I never had a Japanese car. Sorry.
You've never had a Japanese car?
No,
ever?
no Korean, no Japanese car.
Really? Okay. What have you?
And
what-
probably I will never have a Chinese car.
Okay. Where you're limiting the market slightly. What do you drive at the moment?
BMW,
BMW. Okay.
Mini.
Okay. German.
The last year was also one Porsche, one company car, Lamborghini Urus, which is nice, but I don't like it.
Nice company car.
But it's for the special purposes. You know, we are selling the supercars and hypercars, so it's
Yeah,
not
for sure.
like a salesman car, right?
Okay. You didn't enjoy driving that?
It makes a difference. It makes a difference how people appreciate you.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly speaking, I think BMW is doing it better.
Okay. Interesting.
Not so expensive, not so good looking, not so luxury, but better.
Years of engineering, technology,
Yes.
research and development,
Yes.
and okay,
They are better.
in the consumer space
They are
rather than
they fighting at their own market with a Porsche,
okay.
which is Lamborghini also, because the owner is the same. Porsche, Lamborghini, Bentley are the same. If you take a closer look, many of technologies are shared among them.
I was looking at a few things about supercars this week. Let me ask you about this. I know you famously say on your website that any car that you want we can get, and I suppose
say,
that
yes,
within
yeah,
within kind of reasonable parameters. Because if you have the money, you can probably get most things. Certainly in the consumer supercar world. There was one car I was looking at, and I know very little about this. I don't know how many have been made. I think maybe. Jay-Z is one of the people that has this, but it's the Rolls-Royce Boat Tail.
Okay.
Which is an extreme bespoke supercar vehicle, two-door with every possible bolt-on added extra. Have you ever seen any of those in this region? There are only a few around, I think.
Maybe, possibly, but considering what happened with the Spectre, like the Rolls-Royce boost up the fame around this car. It's a beautiful, wonderful car, but I think 6 months after the premiere of the car, the prices started to dive. And there was a possibility in Europe you can buy this car cheap in the meaning of Rolls-Royce car, right?
Yeah.
Not so expensive like before. Also because it's fully electric, right?
Yeah.
So it depends of the availability, of the condition of the car, who is the owner, what is his portfolio. It depends how much you have to pay for the car.
Okay. Well, I've
Like
been
we
in one of
discussed
those.
before, if the price is high, it's probably worth it.
Okay.
This is how it works.
I mean, it's the case, isn't it, that if supercars, luxury cars, hypercars, they depreciate in the same way as your average standard car does. As soon as
But
you drive it off the lot.
hypercar market is growing. Honestly speaking.
So that's a different case, I guess. But that's super premium, ultra premium, luxury, super level. What do you even call it?
Sometimes we are expecting the new Koenigsegg. Promised this year, maybe it will be next year. Okay.
Really,
Yeah.
and that 100% that's going to come through.
We will have it.
You
sure.
clearly have a buyer. you have a buyer for that, obviously.
First, I think it will be fun for ourselves. Okay, to have it, to touch it, to check it, how it is. Koenigsegg promised many things.
So this is the new Koenigsegg. Is this the new super?
Chimera.
Okay, I've heard of that. I'm looking for it. I had a note on that somewhere here.
This is also the business model of Koenigsegg of this car is specific. They sold the first batch as pre-orders. Then slowly start to approach the market, showing what it will be, okay? And the real demand on the market will happen once other people, which are focused on a business, and still have enough resources to buy it, want to buy it, see on the market, on the street, in the showroom. So I think the price can even double.
Really? I mean, what kind of region are we in that, you would pay for it?
We'll see.
You don't know yet?
No.
Okay. This is such a different world to the world that I live in. It fascinates me. Let me ask you about this. Electric vehicle insurance. Now, this is a Gulf News article this week. The cost of EV insurance premiums in the UAE is reportedly somewhere between 20 and 35% higher than for other cars. Experts seem to think that it's a gap that's going to close as the market and the repair infrastructure matures.
The problem is probably 2 points. We can consider why they rise the rates. The first one is because they can afraid it's easy to burn, which is not true. But another question is, even sometimes the not significant damage can damage the most important part of the vehicle, which is the battery.
Okay.
So the car looks like a small traffic accident, but you have to invest half of the value of the car.
Okay, so it's a reasonable expectation that you should pay a reasonably hefty premium if you buy an electric car for that reason.
A small accident can affect the car like the flood.
Really? Okay. So you
They
have a small bump in traffic.
They probably face these issues a lot of times, so they know they have to pay more. That's why they raise the values, the rates. Sorry.
But this idea that electric cars are going to burst into flames, spontaneously combust, where does that come from? You remember, I don't know, it was 5 or 6 years ago, I think Samsung, maybe more than that, Samsung launched a phone and a few were on fire and they had to recall them and then they had to, I don't know what they did.
It has to be specific situation to make it happen.
It wasn't a great number of
maybe
phones.
You heard about the YouTube channel, Jerry Rick Everything. There's a guy who's scratching the mobiles, devices, burning them, trying to unfoldable phones.
Yeah.
And I think 2 weeks ago, he'd been testing the Google Fold, and it started to burn in his hands. There was a situation. But I read also the article that guy commented this situation. He said that it was a very specific situation to make it happen. In real world, it will never happen. So sometimes it was probably the same with the Samsung. And it's similar with the electric car, where the standard cars also can get the fire. We know it from the streets here, right?
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, there are a number of different reasons. I mean, there are combustible elements.
Remember
in most
the
cars.
Red Flag Act? You heard about it? Red Flag Act.
Tell me.
It's from the beginning of the last century, okay? When the cars appeared on the streets, and there was a guy who had to run the front of the car with a red flag, okay? Because everyone afraid the cars.
Yeah, I guess that's a point, really.
It's a similar situation.
Yeah, but I mean, from your point of view, you're a car guy. You don't know of any EVs spontaneously bursting into flames.
I'm rather afraid driving Lamborghini like Huracan or Aventador to get the fire than driving Taycan or Tesla.
Okay, so that kind of answers it, really.
Because here you have just electricity inside under control.
Yeah.
But in Aventador you have a burning fire behind.
That's fair. Is it the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute? Is that the car that you're bringing?
No.
It's not that one, no. Okay. It's a shame. That's an expensive vehicle.
We'll see.
All right. Well, let me ask you this then.
We don't know what 2026 will bring us.
I think you know more than you're telling me, but that's just me. What's the most unusual car request you've had? The most maybe exotic car request you've had?
It's not about the request. Sometimes that was funny. That's not about the request.
Okay.
One of our customers, who we sold in the Rolls Royce, came to us and told us, guys, can I charge the car, because it was the Spectre, the electric one. Can I charge the car in your facility? No problem. But why? Because you have the Rolls Royce charger. I didn't have it yet, so I have to install in my home one, but sir, it's the same electricity. the device delivering to anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say. So is it just the badge on the?
Yeah.
Really?
They selling you together with a car. You're receiving the charger, the wall charger.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that needs
It's
then
nice,
to be.
nice looking device. Okay. But he didn't install it at his home. He came to us to charge your Rolls Royce with the Rolls Royce electricity.
Look, I get that it doesn't make any difference, but I also get your customers' kind of view on that. That you've bought something that's really special. You want to
special
pair.
cars makes a special feeling to the customers. They maybe they want to feel like if I'm buying the special car, maybe the petrol should be special, the oil should be special. But honestly speaking, everything under the hood is very common.
Yeah, no, I get, but I also I can sort of see his point of view there. But it is a little bit over the top. But then I suppose this is the thing with supercars, isn't it? If you're buying or luxury cars, it is just everything has to be right, and you're in an industry where the customer is not just always right. The customer is absolutely, completely, and utterly right all the time.
Yeah, of course.
That's how it has to be.
So we charged his Rolls Royce.
I don't blame you for doing that. I really don't. Look, it's been great to talk to you once again. Jacek Ziamek is the man from X Motors here with us at Mira Business FM. Jacek, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.